Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Roxanne, it's me, Master Maticus, Corvus Korak, Larfa 7, Cool Doge, Manifest Destiny's Child, Eagledub, Flapperjack 24, Dat Boy 4792, Russ in ZA, and I think that's everyone. Hello, hello. So, the adventures continue. Today's gonna be the day. I think from a timing perspective, it's currently day 121. I'm streaming a little bit, starting a little bit earlier, because I want to make sure I've got, plenty of time. Today's the day. Very exciting. We did have a mishap at the very end of the last stream. So we are going to be power leveling a few bros. We're still power leveling Corvus Korak and Flapperjack. No doubt they'll make their way to 11. Mr. Munchk? We'll see. We'll see on this, bro. But we're going to feed him as much as we can from a kills and training perspective. So, what did I do at the end of last stream? Did I leave myself in a good enough position? Yes. Looks like I did. So, let's make sure that we've got the things equipped that we want to equip from a perspective of like smoke pots, just in case. Smoke pots are nets, I guess. And we should take a moment to repair things. What's my approach to power leveling, bros, at this stage? Well, nothing too terribly complicated, I suppose. It is going to be going into large fights. Oops, that's backwards. Giving those bros kills if I can, and using training and the potions of knowledge on them. So we're gonna go to the training hall that we're close to, and then hit that up. And on the way out of town, so to speak, we are going to go grab some potions of knowledge from Mr. Munchk. Not drill sergeant. We do actually have the drill sergeant at the moment, though I need to replace this with the surgeon just for safety. We're gonna leave the drill sergeant at the moment, but the first time we take a difficult fight, I'm going to replace it. So. Oh no, you see no green killer? True. Accurate. Unfortunate. It's sad, but it's true. So essentially our game plan here is going to be take every single fight we see as we level up. That's basically it. There's a few pieces of gear we'd like to get if possible, but that may just not be in the cards. We'll see. You feel something different, Slurgy Shaved? Yeah. I used to be a bit better about being consistent in my shaving, but you can tell every time. I mean, yeah, it's not exactly, it's, I'm not surprised you can tell. What is low level bro gonna be? We're gonna make use of this famed cleaver still. And he's got the right stat line for it. What a positive surprise to see your stream so early. Yeah, I know there's a decent number of people who, despite how much I absolutely butcher the German language, and don't even always say nice things about the German people. You're lovely, but You know, I have a decent number of viewers from the EU, Germany in particular. And it is nice to be able to stream at a time when people who want to watch can watch. So, welcome, der Hirnschmelzer. Every once in a while, I even maybe say a word correctly. Somehow people not offended by Slurgy's comical accents. Well, the nice thing is that I'm good at offending a lot of different people, so no individual will feel particularly called out. I'm offensive to everyone. Ja, ja, wir lieben dich auch. See, I'm sure I said that right. No doubt in my mind, that was perfect German. The Germans love Battle Brothers, and so do the Russians, yeah. Well, the game was developed in Germany, right? So, that's at least part of the explanation there. When you're looking for Battle Brothers streamers to watch, half of them are always Russian or... Yeah, yep. Yeah, pretty popular game in Russia. If there is anyone watching from Russia. Or Eastern Europe in general, I guess. Welcome. Hello. I'm Russian, can confirm, yeah. There you go. But in US. It's like the Heroes of Might and Magic games. Same deal. For whatever reason, that just really took hold in Eastern Europe. There we go. Got a kill on our noob. Run him down. Alright, so we're gonna try to get this kill to Mr. Munch K. And we'll try to give this one to Corvus Korek. You think a lot of players in Hero of Might and Magic 3 out of Poland and Lithuania? Yeah, yep. Yeah, it seems to be pretty common. Oh, not enough damage. Well. Counter-Strike and Dota, same deal. Are there a lot of... I suppose that's probably true. The Ukraine, I think, has a bunch as well. Thank you, Puppy and Dendy. On a scale of 1 to 9, how would you rate the number 20? On a scale of 1 to 9, I'd rate it about a 7. Here's my thought process. 20 is beautifully composite. It is divisible not only by 2, perhaps our most important divisor, but also by 5, which represents the number of fingers we've got. It's also divisible by 10, the number of fingers we have on both hands, and 20 if we do fingers and toes. That's pretty great. So the number feels very nice, feels very composite. It doesn't divide into 3, which is why I don't give it as high a score. For example, 60 would be a little bit higher on my rating, but I think a 7 is a pretty solid rating on a scale of 1 to 9. What about 30? 30's pretty good. I rate that about an 8. 60 will get me a 9. Love that thinking process, great explanation. Y'all are trolling me now. But at the same time, I also love numbers that are really prime, right? 13 feels extremely prime to me, as does 19. They feel more prime than 7. I have no explanation for this. The amount that a number feels prime is a completely irrational concept. Irrational, not in terms of irrational numbers, but irrational in terms of there's no explanation. What about 53? What about 53? That's a good question. How do I feel about 53? It's like a medium amount of prime. Though the amount of primeness that I feel from a number starts to diminish. My sense of it diminishes as the number gets larger. These make me sound like a crazy person who's gonna start like drawing Illuminati stuff on the walls. But anyway. Odd number, you give it a 4, you just love the fact there's a 50 in it. The 50 is nice. These questions sound like they're from an autism diagnosis criteria. They do! They do. I have to be careful with Ragged Edge here. That explanation has legs? Maybe. You're confused as fuck what Slurgy means here, but you're for it. For what it's worth, I don't even think my explanation makes sense. Will this be enough damage? It will. Good. Okay, then we're actually gonna run Ragged Edge 82 back. You wonder what Mrs. Slurgy thinks when she hears these conversations from the other room? She can't really quite hear me. She's upstairs. This is where I'll get a text saying like, I can hear you. No, she can't really hear me very well. She knows I'm weird. We've known each other for a very long time. She watches stream, we know this. Only during the Battle Brawl, she doesn't really. You may be surprised or not to find that she doesn't really care about this game. Actually, I think it's one of those things that is interesting to me, thinking about what it must be like for a young person in the dating world today. Because so many people imagine that what they want out of a partner is to have the same interests. And I think that is, by and large, incorrect. You actually probably want to have different interests. That way you have things to talk about with each other, or that you can hear about the other person getting excited from, but the same values. So I feel like that gets confused in dating apps today, because like my wife and I have absolutely different interests, but very closely aligned personal values. So she doesn't care about Battle Brothers, and that is totally fine. When will be the next Battle Brawl? Great question. I can give you more information on this. So yeah, you should join the Discord if you want to know when it's gonna happen, because this is the most sane conversation you've heard about women on Twitch, sadly. Yeah, unfortunately, the Andrew Tates of the world kind of muddy the waters and make people confused, and it is what it is. Oh, today's beverage, not a real sponsor, this is a joke, obviously, but Dr. Pepper Blackberry, 0 sugar, not a sparkling water. We're going crazy today. I breathed in the carbonation, I'm not used to that. Oh, Lord. Why would I do that? Oh, turns out when you freshly pour it, there's like stuff in the air. My God. Ugh. That was unpleasant. You're not supposed to huff it, Slurgy? Apparently. I didn't realize. Why didn't no one tell me this? Anyway, what were we talking about? We At the Slurgy chokes on nothing event, yeah. His wife is sending a message, yeah, she might be. She's cursing me. You're a big fan of zero sugar sodas? I don't like most of them, but Dr. Pepper, I make an exception. I don't know what they're doing to it, but it's insane. There goes the sponsor, yeah, they're like, all right, you can't be doing that. You know what's crazy? Is I was just looking at that Salé, and we don't need one. We could have a backup Salé, which wouldn't be a terrible idea. But is a backup Salé worth spending our money on? It might not be, because we might have to buy one set of armor. You think the lack of bro science and red pillish dating advice are a good part of this stream's selling points? I agree, which is why I'll stop talking about it. It's hard to want to feel companionship with someone and not have it. And so my heart goes out if that is your situation, genuinely. But also, know that it's easy for someone like me to say, but it's not. Like, don't let that define you. It's not that important of a thing. Okay. Slugzoo has the market cornered on bro science with Battle Brothers? I'll refrain from commentary. Okay, so we're gonna be doing some fights against the faction down here. And potentially we could make another sweep at the wilderness to look for some shinies, which is, you know, probably a good idea. We could maybe get some shinies. We do have this potion of knowledge that we can do for some big fights for Master Munchkin. Speaking of, we're gonna grab student and 9 lives. The most important stats in keeping the bro alive. Slugzoo is a math man, he knows things. Indeed. Your wife cares about one video game and one video game only, and that's Stardew Valley, which she has an encyclopedic knowledge of. Oh, fun. That helm looks sick? Which one? Dude, we have so many good helms. Talking about this one? Yeah. The Barbarian helmets are really cool, for sure. Viva la Revolution. Indeed. But first, we'll take another trip to the far edges of the map, I think, where we're gonna look for things like this. We've got a Sea of Tents camp. A plethora of Orc Young is actually not that bad. I'm gonna wait for midday for this injury to go away, and then we'll fight it. But first, a little word from our sponsor, Big Swordlance and Big Swordlance Accessories. Ooh, and there's another one. There's a camp right there. You can't describe how much you love Slurgy just being normal. I don't know why so many YouTubers and streamers act so weirdly and try to hide the mark of their product they are drinking or using. Like, who cares if you show it or not? There was a singer you were a huge fan of and made a post about his hair transplantation. Like where he did it, how much it cost, where he did it, and didn't tell the name of the clinic where he did it because he said he doesn't want to give them free advertisement. Well, you have to understand also, I'm just like a little guy who nobody cares about, and I also know this. So, like, I can understand the complication that comes from people who their business is their advertisement. So like certain YouTubers that, like, let's say they're a cooking YouTuber or something, and then they get sponsored by Made In or some sort of product, right? Made In expects them to vouch for their products, and I can understand the reluctance of wanting to show a different one that you just happen to use and giving them that free advertisement. I do kind of get that, actually. Even though, again, I'm just like nobody cares about me. I don't, like, what, you know, whatever. But I do get it, actually. But I also get being annoyed by it. You gotta go, bros, D&D calls? Well, enjoy your D&D, Manifest Destiny's Child. I hope it's a good session. Even someone getting 1K people to watch their stuff is nothing when it comes to sponsors. Maybe. I think it depends on what they're sponsoring, and several other sort of considerations. Caw-caw! Where's that? All right, there's the warlord. So it is interesting though, like I've thought about, so you'll be surprised or maybe not surprised to know that despite having like a comically small audience in the grand scheme of things, there are still a number of different opportunities that have already found their way to me that I've just simply declined and then not said anything about. Most of them are just through stream elements, which I don't even count. But they're like automated ones, like, hey, you could play Monopoly Go with your viewers. It's like, or I could not. But there have been, if there was a game that I actually wanted to play and a company was going to offer me compensation for doing something I was going to do anyway, don't hate me if I, or maybe understand if I were to potentially decide to do that. You can hate me, I guess. But I don't anticipate that happening, but it could. So. You don't imagine that a small PCB manufacturer gets that many hits from advertising, but advertising on a super nerdy small electrical engineering channel is going to actually be effective. Yeah, exactly. So let's say that someone were developing a new strategy video game and they liked my channel, maybe they watched it before. I can understand them being like, I feel like, from what I know about this streamer, from having watched them, they would enjoy this game. They would want me to play it. And understandably so, you know what I mean? So, that kind of thing could actually happen in the future, is all I'm saying. All right, so I need to, because this nerdy orc warrior made it into Uncle Freddie Mac, we need to position the squad such that he can't get pushed, so that he can keep protecting this hex from charges. So we're actually gonna move Thomas the Train in, and then we're gonna move Behemoth here, and we're gonna bring Corvus Korak all the way up from the back to occupy the place where Thomas the Train used to be. Great. Your brother streams and he read the Raid Shadow Legends contract they sent you, it's insane. Yeah. A lot of those things too, like I just don't want to do them. Like I just don't want to. Like I'm here to enjoy my video games. That's the thing. Please don't kill you, Slurgy. Do my best. I offer no promises. You're just a temp banner after all. What's the best thing I can do with Mr. Munch K? Still need to be really careful with him, he's just a noob. Oh, hit him in the head. It would be cool if you got early Menace access for the marketing. So that would be a hypothetical that, like, like, let's be real. It wouldn't be in Overhyped's best interest to, like, sponsor a stream from me, because I'm going to play their game anyway. But let's say that I wasn't, or I was, like, on the fence about it, and they were to offer me compensation for playing a sponsored stream. It would be hard to convince myself not to. Because I'm gonna play Menace anyway, though. That's the thing. Like, I'm very excited. Alright, we're gonna wait for Behemoth to go at the end of the round. We're gonna try to soften up those targets. Boy, not having double grip really sucks on Signaza. I guess it's not that big a deal. You disagree? Factorio did it for a lot of small speedrunners, invited them to play the private land test, and gave them forward copies. They know one sale is less than the couple hundred people watching, then play it and might want to buy in. Yeah, I mean, maybe, right? As a way, they know it can get positive publicity, so maybe they give me an early copy, but honestly, just giving me an early copy, like, would that be, would I be interested in that? Maybe? Hello, George Rock. Investing into those who are already interested, it is not a lost investment. Maybe so. You guys might be saying things that make a lot of sense, and I'm the one spouting nonsense. Seems likely. Oh no, did I not have enough? Oh no. No, I didn't. I run out of fatigue already? Did I not press the button? I suppose I got hit by enough javelins? Nice. Maybe we can finish off that orc young, but maybe we should whip someone else. Only like 25% chance to kill him, because we have to hit him in the head. Easy. How did Behemoth turn out stat-wise? Oh, just a complete monster. Just a complete and utter... complete monster. Yeah, there's no one in danger yet, but there's still a lot of enemies on the battlefield, which sort of sucks. No one up here can push anymore, so actually I can move Chorus Korak. Let's move them here, just so that they can't push Slurgy when the time comes. I suppose it's time for Flapperjack to pull out his cleaver, if you know what I mean. Get him there. Ragged Edge 82, we're gonna have to get some something to help him out. The spear's still at 66. I guess we'll wait on Thomas the Train. We don't want to accidentally kill this Orc Young. I don't think we can one-tap him, but we'll still wait. So we're gonna move here. I guess these are all Orc Young too, but looks like you're gonna have to read up a bit for the Battle Brawl in order to do the German engineering. You're looking forward to taking part next time? Yeah. Oh yeah, some more information on Battle Brawl. Even though this stream is the one where I plan on doing the Black Monolith, I don't have the Battle Brawl like submission stuff set up quite yet, and I'm gonna have a very busy upcoming week, and I'll be gone all weekend, actually starting on Wednesday. And so the information for Battle Brawl will come early next week, and the Battle Brawl itself will be that same week. So it'll be the week of the 14th or 13th, depending on where your calendar weeks start. The sign-up sheet and then subsequent Battle Brawl will be that week. Yeah, you'll want to join the Discord if you want to sign up. So this is kind of a tough fight. This is kind of a tough fight. A lot of enemies here. Alright, so we need to be able to back up with Ragged Edge 82. We'll be able to do that in the second half of the round, so that's fine. You lose this fight on day 200? It's the power of the spear. Should be able to count on Slurgy. I guess it's like a 95% chance. When does this guy go? 4 turns? Okay. Actually, no, we get 2 attacks. I think that's good enough. So let's just do that. That was great. The spear's still holding on. Not sure where I want to put Corvus Corac yet. Maybe I move him up this way. There goes that Sipar. Probably at this point I can go ahead and kill this Orc Young if I wanted to. But let's just leave him there for next round. Slurgy's immune to stuns, so I can move here and then pause, let this Orc Young come at me. We need to make sure that Ragged Edge can back up the Hex that he needs to. I don't know, I guess if that Orc Young occupies this Hex, it's not that big a deal, right? Surprise, more shields. Yeah. So that's okay. Could maybe whip him. Since we're indoming again on just Nom, I probably can put Mr. Munch K here. It's just an Orc Young. Gonna need to swap that spear at some point. Nice attack by Flapperjack. Sync Naza, I guess we'll pull out the throwing weapons again. Grab the stack of 4. Do I bring Ragged Edge 82 all the way up here? That way he can swipe across those 3 next turn. Seems pretty alright. We're gonna wait on this attack to make this Warlord kind of waste his turn again. Perfect. A little worried about the Warlord though. 102 people, Slurgy. 100 goal for the Discord has been reached. Did we have a goal? Is the anatomist stuff about the new patch still off limits? I actually will go ahead and say you are fine to discuss it. I'm curious to know. But my only potential hesitation is just if there are others here who don't want to hear it, I don't want to ruin their surprise. But alright, is putting Flapperjack alone in range of this guy risky? He's got 9, he's got decent armor. So do you want to guess the new POTS effect? Ooh, that's a fun game. A game of guess the effect. What are things that I've thought could or should be in the game from a potions effect that aren't? One that I think is missing from the game, actually, is I think even though anatomists cannot become confident by the nature of the origin, I feel like the Conqueror potion should be a little bit like the determined trait in some way, where you either start or are always confident or able to be confident. It would be pretty special for that particular origin. Sweet Jesus. Flapperjack still does have 9, but wow, that hurt. We'll get Flapperjack in there. We can throw the smoke pot for him. Probably just should. No reason to mess with 9 lives proccing and all that. Do I put Behemoth in range? I might not. Maybe in this case we hang back and just have disarms ready. When 9 lives is activated, the explosion thing happens to the bro. Can you tell me what the new potions do? Go for it, Corvus Korak. Let's hear it. History, I want to give your spear build a go in your next run. What fat would you often aim for? Okay, so actually, let's cut this off at the pass. You should do spear bros, because they're great. This particular build for my lone wolf, I actually don't think you should do. Because it is a very lone wolf specific build. If anything, you should do a build like this one. Take a moment to let it sink in. This is the spear build you should try, and you should build 2 of them. On this build, you need a decent amount of fatigue to still be able to support the shield as well. I think Uncle Freddie Mac after gear has like, well, we could look at how much he has. Probably close to 120-ish, and that's been more than enough. Hey Slurgy, hey chat, just finished the previous episode on YouTube, and you have to say, this is not the time to get sloppy. Nick's Larfs, you are right. This is not the time to get sloppy. This is a very bad time to get sloppy, in fact. But absolutely, this is not the time to get sloppy. Thank you for the reminder. It's good to be reminded. No lone wolf perk spear bros here. Yeah, that was an experiment. We learned. We learned stuff, you know? Hopefully that'll be softened up enough for Mr. Munch K to finish him off. We'll see. Oh. JK. We don't... Can't even attack him. Also, are you using ChatGPT to analyze the personality arc of your Warhammer RPG character Siegfried, and you were so confused when you read the name of the lumberjack? What was his name originally before I renamed him? Was it Siegfried? Must have been. Boom, and that's the fight. Mr. Munch K gained 1,000 experience. Oh, I didn't drink the potion of oblivion. Ooh, look at this though. Ooh, Rotor Ravenblack's clan helmet. Let's go. 147 durability at -4 fatigue. That's great. Thanks for the info. What MDEF do you usually decide if spear plus shield or just dual spear? Honestly, melee defense isn't even really a consideration. Let's see. What fatigue does he have? Yeah, 129, which is after veteran levels, and that's pretty exceptional. It doesn't actually have to be quite that high. But yeah, like 120, I think is a good number to shoot for. Spear bros are quite adaptable. Yeah, you can do shield plus spear. You can do double gripped shield. Or excuse me, double gripped shield. Double gripped spear, and then optional duelist. You can do like a dodge quick hands, just to take spear mastery as like a flex perk. That's actually totally viable. I think player of games, that's someone who I think does that sometimes. I think that seems not what I'm interested in, but I think it would be good. So. So on the note of Antiwian, how much harder is Monolith with 11 bros? I don't know. How much more difficult is it with 11 bros? It's probably not too bad. New challenge, solo Monolith? You'd need like the anatomist potions and then the cultist event and some other things, but you actually could do it, I think. I'm sure it's been done. Okay, so I do need to have these bros heal from their injuries. Let's see, I think I am gonna go forge on this bro. It's definitely like, oh. It's a greedy build, and it's a weird build because of items we happen to have. And the timing of this. So we're gonna head back. Let's see, can I re-up the training hall? No. Also, I definitely should have drank the potion of knowledge for that fight. I also probably should have got the surgeon. But we're gonna hit up the, oh no, they don't have a, we're gonna hit up the temple up here. Virgo, hello, hello. Welcome to you. Okay, so we're just gonna camp out here until the morning, where we're gonna use their temple. Oh. Oh, okay, so the greenskin crisis is over. Cool. We will not hit end campaign. The lone wolf needs their commander. Boy, that'd be a terrible way for it to go out. Me to just misclick? What a tragedy that would be. Okay. Quick checking things here. The lone wolf is the commander? I know, right? Some of the dialogue still kind of misses the fact that the lone wolf is the commander. That's all right. Okay, so let's make another pass at the wilderness here. Oh, this must be... So this is funny. This must have to do with... Yeah, superstitious. If we... Yeah, okay. This is funny because this is... Speaking of things written... without the lone wolf in mind. This is like I'm talking to myself. But if we can make the broadcast Briggy euphoric, then we'll do it. 400 crowns for some sort of sexual or something or other. All right. Fight many orc young. Slurgy talking to Slurgy. Yeah. About the cock curse. Yeah, I mean, basically. Slurgy finds Slurgy in Slurgy's tent. Yeah, the oversized spear requires just a little bit too much blood flow. Doesn't work quite right. Who knew? Too much information? Not enough? One thing they rarely talk about? Right. They won't tell you about that one weird trick. Oops. Game plan now is just grind the lumberjack as high as you can be bothered with. Yeah, yep. That is basically exactly the plan. Yeah, so we're gonna grind the lumberjack. Unfortunately, it's kind of tough for him to get kills in a lot of situations because the team has to play efficiently to optimize the number of fights, and he's just not that good yet. He'll be able to participate relatively soon. Yeah, the miasmas from the flail. Our fancy new weapon. Dang it. Tried to feed him a kill, but I hit him in the helmet. How's the flail proving itself? Oh my god, it's so good. It's insane how good it is. Like, it's seriously crazy. Yeah, almost as much damage as a max rolled named, but with reach and better AoE. Like, way better AoE. Being able to attack like a sword lance is legit crazy. Okay, a plethora of thralls actually is kind of a weirdly high amount of experience, such that I'm thinking about sipping on the potion of knowledge here on Mr. Munchk. So I'm going to. And we're gonna try to feed him kills if we can. I don't think I like the idea of turning the little snacks into inefficient fights. I think realistically the best course of action will still be to bring the full squad basically every time. No, I mean, I don't know. I think they'll, like, I don't want to risk, there's still some amount of limitation of number of fights I can take. So even though what you're saying sounds good, I actually think it's incorrect. Bloxar. I'm not going to be able to feed that many extra kills, and even just little bits of damage aren't worth it. Are you sure it doesn't get the 20 damage and plus 10% armor ignore on the head? I actually don't know those parts of the mechanics of the new weapon. I don't know how much it's going to inherit from the flail. It's not about feeding kills, it's about reducing the pool of bros in the Yeah, no, I know exactly what it's for. I understand. I know exactly what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and I think it's incorrect. Just the risk of extra damage is not worth it. I don't think the benefit is there. It's like the pole mace, all it gets from mastery is not having the minus 15% accuracy on adjacent targets. Ah, good to know. Yeah, standard flails have the plus 10% pierce on the single target attack. And an additional 10% from mastery. So it actually happens like twice. Which is why I think the tooltips in this game need to be better. Flails end up with a huge amount of extra armor penetrating damage when they hit the head after mastery. If we figured out if flail mastery works on the sensor, that's kind of what we're talking about right now. Okay. Your badge just came back. No problem. 824 experience there for Mr. Munch K. That's pretty dang good. And I'm just gonna not bother grabbing a bunch of this stuff because this gear is worth almost nothing. Seems like it only matters for adjacency, hit chance, and fatigue, yeah. Which is still worth, obviously, because this weapon can do it all, right? You don't need anything else. Quick hands, swappable, even though we took quick hands before we knew. We would have grabbed like Headhunter for sure. Oh well. Missed opportunity. Okay, Corvus Korak. He's gonna end up like super low hit points, which is really fascinating. But we are gonna build like a battle banner. We're gonna give him a juicier weapon maybe than the billhook. Even could do like duelist and give him an arming sword. Kind of be interesting. Or like a noble sword even. You would be tempted to go crippling strikes on the Stinky Lance. Not a bad idea. I don't hate it. Wait, crippling strikes? No. Executioner maybe. Crippling strikes probably not. I don't know, maybe. I guess head hits. Maybe. Yeah, there's no world where we don't take resolve. We'll just be hanging out with our 47 HP. Boo on this level up. Let's see. So I think we'll skip melee defense. I think that's okay on this kind of brother, with this kind of build, in this kind of situation. We're gonna just grab Cleaver Mastery now. And keep making our way east. How does the Headhunter interact with Sweep? My guess is that it will be able to build up and expend a stack within the attack itself. Corvus Korak OG Swordmaster Whip Banner. I guess could maybe do that. All right, are we able to do this fight right now? The team's in good shape. We've still got the enhanced learning on Mr. Munch K. This armor's a bit scuffed on Flapperjack. But otherwise, the team's in good fighting shape. God, we've got all these potions. It's kind of insane. Should be able to do it, I think. You were wondering, you have a fat neutral axe bro with 50 resolve. Is Picking Fearsome on it? Yeah, definitely. I think the axe fatigue neutrals are good because the split man ability of the two-handed axe hits both head and body, and each can individually proc Fearsome, so it's good. Crippling Strike would be cool if Headhunter persisted throughout the entire sweep. And I think it would, so. Alright, so as long as we're careful with Flapperjack, I think this is a good fight for us. And yeah, we do, yeah, have that active. So, just in case, so that I don't forget to do it later, because it's a big fight, let's just get the Surgeon now. No, the entire sweep, not just the next set. Oh, okay, I see. I gotcha. Alright, let's see if we can kill this Berserker in the first round of combat. It'd be cool if we could. It's a good start. Good is dead. We're gonna do something similar with Slurgy. We're gonna move him here. There are spots that I want to do the our spear wall. As some of these scrubs are kind of in our way a little. Boy, what do I do with Mr. Munchkin? I'm not sure yet. Let's see where. Let's do forward one and caca! All right, so there are warlords up here. I mean, we could see him earlier, but quite a bit of warriors, quite a few. So maybe I put Justnam here, Thomas the Train like here. Okay, and our Sipar is fully replenished. So actually maybe I just put Slurgy here. I don't think I go to here in Spearwall. I think I go to here. I think that'll be better. The only way around is through there. And remember, Slurgy's got our Orc trophy. So we're happy to let them try to charge into him. We'll probably end up putting our Sensor Boy either here or here. So we'll put the banner here. And Dark Paladin will be here for any spillover from around the broadcast brigade. Did you get the Surgeon? I did. I just hired him a moment ago. Yeah, Slurgy's got his work cut out for him. So yeah, let's go here, here and here. Dark Paladin's also pretty ding-dang durable, so. Get out. Alright, so let's do that so that we can get Killing Frenzy active. Mostly for next turn, basically. Could throw a Fire Pot with our remaining AP. I don't think that's bad. Throw it like here. If only Killing Frenzy made that do more damage. You throw it with anger, you know? You really light him on fire. That's right, angry fire. Angry fire! Well, that was a fast spear wall break. We'll get here so they can't push him further. Should be able to focus damage. We're still guarding this 1 hex, which is still important. Let's swap to our Sipar. And this boy is pretty slow, so we'll just do Indom and wait. Go after them in the round. Oh, come on, Mr. Munchk. That was your chance to get a kill in this big fight. You gotta stop hitting him in the head, my dude. You gotta stop doing that. I think I don't even attack with Slurgy here. I want to have as many turns of Spear Wall as possible. So I'm not gonna waste the fatigue on the attack, even if it is just 8. So what's the play here on Blackbeard? So do you ever think one day of change the beautify Twitch profile? I don't actually understand what you're saying. Maybe I'll wait, see if some orcs occupy these hexes. Mr. Munchk! Why are you only hitting him in the head? And we'll wait with the last half of his turn. The picture you use for the channel, Slurgy, this is my best non-caveman. What picture do I use for the channel? I don't pin them. I don't remember. I'd have to be reminded of what I'm even using. I'm not sure. You've fallen asleep to Battle Brothers streams so many times. The sweet sounds of orcs screaming. I could see it. It makes sense to me. Okay. I guess that's fine. That's less good, but still fine. You fell asleep last night watching Slurgy's stream? The dulcet tones of an orc screaming. Makes sense. Okay, how's this spear holding up? 63. Usually you set a sleep timer. Recently discovered that audiobooks are great for sleeping for you anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true for many people. There's actually a podcast, like some lady's sleepy bookshelf, where the whole kind of purpose of the podcast or whatever is someone who reads a book to you, and she's got a very nice British feminine voice, and she'll lull you to sleep, and it's very nice. And she'll give like a little summary in case you fell asleep last time. It's charming. I can't remember the name of it. Someone's sleepy bookshelf? Elizabeth? She sounds like she could be an Elizabeth. Joe Pera is the ultimate sleep-inducing voice. I don't know who that is. Elizabeth Grace is the amazing voice behind the Sleepy Bookshelf podcast. Okay, so it isn't Elizabeth. I wasn't 100% convinced. Blue Whisper is your favorite on YouTube? They've got a good name. Blue Whisper sounds like something you should fall asleep to. I like just silence when I'm falling asleep. I don't like any sound at all. Maybe some like white noise, but even that isn't exactly my preference. I want silence and complete darkness. Yeah, if there's someone talking or a show running, your brain won't stop focusing on it, won't let me sleep. Yeah, I'm the same way. I am the same way. It helps you fall asleep to have something to ignore. Interesting. I mean, I know that that's common. You're not alone in this. Here we go. Got a kill on Mr. Munchkay. You love to see it. It's probably something to do with night versus day people. Could be. Could be something to that. And our supposed warlord is running away. The coward. With a night watch, people may be less susceptible to being lulled to sleep. Could be. I would probably consider myself a morning person. I have been ever since I was a youngin'. Despite the late streams sometimes. So maybe that comes as a surprise, but I would still say it's true. I didn't drink all my... Yeah, good. I've still got more Dr. Pepper. You're an 8 hours of sleep person has made fatherhood tough. Ah, yes. Yeah, that makes sense. So let's see, if I did throw a smoke pot on Syncnaza, he can only move 1 hex afterwards. Do I do that? Or do I think he can just man fight and be fine? I kind of think he can. Actually. Inside your head is a great place, you hate going outside. If it's silence, your brain doesn't stop running. You turn something on so that you can focus on that isn't too interesting, just calming you focus on it and you're out in minutes. Interesting. I don't know, I wonder, for me, like, if there's something playing, I cannot help but listen to it. It's like people who fall asleep to music. I cannot turn off the part of my brain that wants to like analyze the music, not in an analytical like, oh, you know, how interesting that, you know, in the second to last chorus to get to the bridge, they changed from the 4 chord to the 6 chord at the end of the pre-chorus differently from what they did previously. Like, I'm not doing that, which even that probably doesn't mean anything to most people, but I'm like still actively listening if that's the only thing that I've got. And I just can't turn that off. And that kind of happens even for like spoken word or other things. Maybe a blessing, maybe a curse, I don't know. You usually fall asleep to heavy metal? Interesting. It sounds like a disorder, Slurgy? Does it? I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like that sounds like that should be normal. The numbers thing from earlier, that's a disorder. That's weird. Rating numbers, though, was, you know, that was asked of me. Just different mental processing priorities? Yeah, I feel like that's probably true. Is Corvus Corac the name of a metal band? I just know it is like the genus of the common raven, right? You should be able to unfocus and turn off your brain. Oh. Can't. Completely unable. Great fight. Thank you, Cycling. Yeah, this one went pretty well. Oh, oops. Okay, that guy's softened up just enough. We're gonna let Mr. Munchkin land the killing blow there. Yeah, I'm the same way, Ubercore. I mean, I'm not a, you know, clinician, nor do I pretend to be, nor do I think self-diagnosed mental conditions is a good idea. I think ADHD and things like that are far more complicated than the sort of window treatment that we give them. But I don't think that's ADHD. Okay. We got Sir Dankrad's bassinet with visor. Sir Dankrad. What a cool name. You know what we don't need? More helmets. It's a great helmet. We'll add it to the collection with the marvelous Iron Visage, Gunnar the Brute's owl helmet, and the esteemed protector. But we don't need more helmets. We just don't. But, you know, we'll take it. Normally it's shields. I know, and we could really, in all seriousness, I could really go for a shield right now. A shield would be great. Man, when a 318 helmet isn't good enough. Yeah, I mean, it's better than one of the ones we're using, but like, barely. That was barely a hand-me-down. Or like a spear, maybe? Well, we've got a good spear. We could use one more spear for Uncle Freddie Mac. All right, Mr. Munch K is learning the ways of the world quite nicely. Let's circle back and grab Gifted on this level. We're gonna be grabbing Nimble on this brother. We've got a set of armor that I think will be good enough. Actually, might just go straight up Nimble Forge. Or we could even do that on Flapperjack. So what's left to do this run? You know, XNAR-X, not that much. We're gonna be just taking some of these big fights to help us level up a little bit, maybe gain a few more shinies. I'm a little reluctant to do Goblin City at this point because, well, it's risky. All right, let's do this Doomed City. Yeah, risking Goblin City for a Battleforged hat with 4 named Battleforged hats in the inventory, right? It's just not worth it. And we took, you know, I've done enough risky things. We can hold off on the risk. All right, we're gonna make a kind of a solid wall here to present to the enemy. Actually, maybe I don't put Flapperjack in that solid wall. Let his armor fix up. You could get that shiny cool helm and save it from them stinky gobos. I mean, it would be nice. It would be cool to do. I would like to do it. But hell yeah. Good job, Mr. Munch K. Ka! Oh wow, the ancient priest. Way back there. What's the new flail DLC content? Well, it's the most recent patch, actually. Not DLC. I think it's... Did they just put it in the base game? It must just be in the base game, right? I think it is. Or maybe it's part of Flesh and Faith? It feels like it has that vibe. I think someone said you need the DLC but no source. It feels of Flesh and Faith-ish. But, you know, because flesh and stuff. Oh, we went for the push. Weird. I think you might need beasts because it has the mace. What mace? Do you know roughly what day you did the new content? You'll watch the fight? 80-ish? Someone else here might know, might have been paying better attention. Yeah, 2 streams ago. Friday then? That works? Okay. Oh, oops, I meant to move him. That's okay. Early 2 streams ago, like first hour of the stream. Okay. It wasn't right away in the stream. I would guess it was not, it was after 1 hour in, I think? Pretty sure. What's your lowest level bro right now? Mr. Munch K. $989 experience in this fight, and we gained a 2-handed axe. Holy shit! Okay. We gained a 2-handed axe. You love a good axe. Who do we give this axe to? How do we use it? So we could put this on like Blackbeard for when he fights in melee. Not a terrible option. Sell a cleaver. Also an option, right? We could have Mr. Munch K totally, nope. I guess we took cleaver mastery. We could still, I mean, whatever. We could still take axe mastery. We could also just have the broadcast briggy use this in mono. And I don't think that would be terrible. Actually, I think that'd be totally legit as a potential option. So like as soon as we stam out with the oversized spear, we just swap to this. I actually think that's probably a pretty good idea. I was gonna give him some sort of like, maybe, you know, Chadley one-handed weapon, since we've got duelist. But I feel like the axe works pretty well for me. So, yeah. Anyway, all right, Mr. Munch K. We're gonna grab nimble with this set, which puts us at 66% nimble. So we're still gonna need a decent little pile of hit points. Was it an armor ignore roll too? No. Right? I'm pretty sure that from 40 to 56? No, I think it's maximum fatigue. Right, so it's a damage roll and maximum fatigue. So 40% of damage ignores armor is normal for these. It is the heavy rusty axe that has 50, the barbarian chosen axe. So this one, yeah, it's just damage and max fat. So, like a 70% damage roll. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. So, we're just off collecting a few more shinies. We also do need to stop by the ancient temple as well. Sometime before Black Monolith. Because I am yet to pick up the holy waters. So we will be grabbing those. Null Sharax. They've got a overseer and a shaman. This type of camp actually has decent famed chance, and we are very far from civilization, so famed chance is really high here. I'm gonna wait for it to become nighttime, and then we'll do it. Many direwolves, a few hexen. Probably better avoid that one, just because of the variance in it. So we're gonna check up here before it becomes night. Looks like there's nothing, so we'll head back here. Honestly, since I'm not gonna do Goblin City, I am going to take this opportunity to make use of the Night Owl elixirs. Just like a little bit, just like a smidge. And we'll give it to, oh, hey, wait a minute. Okay. Had to reconfigure the boys. We'll go ahead and pop a Night Owl elixir on Syncnaza. Maybe we just stop there. It's not like this is gonna be a terribly difficult fight. I was gonna say maybe I could do it on just Nom as well, but I think we'll be okay. Not that many enemies. There's a lot of consumables, yeah. Yes. Caca! We have a lot. We have a lot saved up already. So we're ready to rock and roll. Is kind of what's going on here. Oh, did I give him? Oh, Lone Wolf. Okay, I saw the extra icon. I was like, wait a minute. Duh. All right, we want to make sure that Ragged Edge 82 is not caught up in the roots that are placed down by this shaman. So I'm gonna kind of avoid putting too many bros too close to him. Or anyone next to him. There's a famed spear here. On our little boy, Zugtalker, the backstabber. Roots are where expected. So good. Alright, let's get next to this shaman to make sure he doesn't rally. Alright, I guess he won't rally. Is today the day? Yes, Choppy Cat. Today is the day. We're doing a little bit of power leveling and just one more adventure to the great beyond. And then today's the day. The day that the great black monolith falls. And the lone wolf completes his long and difficult task. Today's a very exciting day. Or the day Slurgy smashes his keyboard? I've never done that, but I do still have one of Idra's keys from when he smashed his. People just don't seem to respect Kraken killing anymore. Stupid Kraken. The Kraken's a jerk. He's a big meanie. Rude. That's what the Kraken is. Alright. And that's all she wrote. It's over. Cute little spear. We'll take it. They also had a bunch of food and other supplies. I suppose I can grab the net. Realistically, what we grab here probably doesn't matter all that much. We can leave a decent amount behind, and that's okay. We're gonna do a little more fighting here anyway. So, the Sly Swift Spike, actually pretty decent. Rolled damage, pretty decent damage roll, and Weapon skills build up less fatigue. 44 durability, which isn't terrible. You could give that to Uncle Freddie Mac. Could also, I guess, potentially say Slurgy may want to use it because of the weapon skills build up less fatigue. How often are we really going to pull out the shield? Almost never. Remember, once they start fleeing, you can press the white flag button to end the fight, even if you run them down. I know. Crazy. I can't believe I just learned that for the first time yesterday. Like, actually. And no one believed that I didn't know. But the difference is you've probably seen other people do it. It stands to reason that many people who watch one stream also watch another. And I don't watch too many Battle Brothers streams these days. Since I'm like playing. And yeah, I don't know. I've never noticed. I'm so tempted to do Rule Gothics, but I won't. Unnecessary risk. That was also news to you very recently? Well, glad to hear that, boy. I'm not the only one who didn't know. I'm not the only one who didn't know. Which is nice. There's an Orc Sea. Oh no, it's not a Sea of Tents. Oh yeah, we gotta make our way towards that thing. Oh, in which case we actually need to get in a fight first. So that we can leave things behind? Oh, I guess we don't have to. 144. Well, whatever. Aha, a new event. So this is related to the Diviner's Flail, it looks like. Q ad. I wouldn't worry about it, Mac Poopy Pants. Upon hearing some sellswords yelling at each other, you reluctantly set aside your quill pen and step outside your tent. There you find Thomas the Train 1 and Mr. Munch K in each other's faces. And between them, they're pulling at the Grand Diviner's Flail. What is being screamed between them are obscenities of a most graphic nature. And just as you're about to step in, the flail glows a bright green, and both sellswords drop the weapon to lunge at each other. The fight is ended fast, but not without injuries. Huh. But this run is almost over. I'm sure you'll race through the queue in the next run. I'm going to be taking a short Battle Brothers break after this run. I have been streaming this game and on this quest, this journey, for almost a year now. So, I am taking a very brief break. From Battle Brothers. What will you do in the break? Well, that's a good question. I should elaborate. Inquiring minds wish to know. So, this upcoming week I'm going to be real busy, just with like real life stuff, some music things. That's going to be a fun fight. And then I'm going to stream, I'll still announce the Battle Brawl information sometime next week, but then I'm going to be playing something else. Could be XCOM. I might just sort of test playing a game I already know, just to see what sort of tech I need to figure out in the streaming system as far as like OBS, layout, things like that to make a smooth experience. Where I don't have to worry about a new game to me. Where I might just play like Slay the Spire. I don't feel like there's a huge overlap in audience between, Cleaver, Slay the Spire and Battle Brothers. So maybe strategically, like from the perspective of, you know, interest of viewers, it maybe isn't the best choice. But it's a game I know really well and that I really enjoy. So, Slurgy will watch anything you do. Yeah, I mean, certainly there are definitely people who I think would fit that description, but not everyone, and that's okay. You love Slay the Spire and Battle Brothers? Well, alright. I am like you in this way. I assume you just started Ascension 20. Yeah, I mean, I would be doing like win streaks in Slay the Spire. Is how I normally play the game. I've been playing Slay the Spire longer than Battle Brothers, so actually I'm gonna end up. I don't know how synchronized I got stuck in the turn on there. That's a whoops. I modeled my Battle Brothers playing after how I already was playing Slay the Spire. Actually, you got Ascension 20 on all characters in like 200 hours. Nice. I have no idea how long it took me because when I first started playing the game, Ascension 20 did not exist yet. I think when I first played, it was still Ascension 15 was the highest. The defect just recently was added, and the Watcher didn't exist yet. That's how old Slurgy is? Yes. Shivs are the path to enlightenment? Shivs are the path to enlightenment. So yeah, I'll probably play just like a little bit of Slay the Spire just to see how that goes. There's a few other games that I kind of want to show the community. There's a couple indie games that I really enjoy that I would just like to see become more powerful. Claw's Law. Alright, so you guys are familiar with the memes. I would say realistically too, one of my favorite streamers is Baylor Lord. I've really enjoyed watching Baylor Lord from the very first streams of his that I saw. Actually, that's only kind of true. I found him initially slightly boring and a little bit campy dad humor. But then found I like that. So. But I do think it would be fun to do something like some iteration of XCOM or something like that. And just showing, just experiencing learning the game. Oh wow, just Slurgy under a different name. Something like that. No, he's, I would say realistically he and I actually have quite different like presentation styles and things, but he's like a streaming style maybe I think I try to emulate is maybe a good way of putting it. You'd watch an XCOM run, Long War is amazing. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. And my understanding is that before doing Long War, I should do like a normal run of the vanilla and think of that as almost being a tutorial for the Long War. That's how it's been described to me. I'd be curious if people agree with that take or not. Yeah, do vanilla first, Long War adds a ton. Okay. Yeah. A basic tutorial, you'll still probably fail Long War if you go straight into higher difficulties. Oh, I would think so. I would sure hope so. Like if I don't fail, then that means that's not a good game. I'll say it. I'll say it. If there isn't something for me to iterate on and learn from, It's too easy. So I expect and hope that when I first play XCOM, that I do a terrible job and get my butt kicked. If that doesn't happen, something's wrong. Dang, I was hoping that would be just shy in damage so that I could land the final kill with Mr. Munch K. Oh well. Oh shit, that's a good cleaver. That is a good orc cleaver. Okay. We've got a huge roll in damage ignores armor and a -3 in weapon skills build up more fatigue. Oh boy. Okay, what does that mean for us? That's the real question. Mr. Munch K can still take duelist. He absolutely can. We also could... What would be the cost to swing for our broadcast briggy? Pretty expensive. We also can still give it to Flapperjack 24. That is an option. Not a bad one, too. Yeah, pretty good option. That Great Axe needs a permanent owner. It's pretty great, isn't it? It has one. Battleforged Orc Cleaver Boy. I am become meme. So many amazing weapons without a proper user while you have 3 cleavers, dude, just lying around. Yeah. How's Mr. Munch K's fat? Really good, actually. 69, nice. It's just that he doesn't have the other perks to make use of it fully yet. So... Battletech would be fun as well. You'd love to see my builds. Spear mech. I've played plenty of Battletech. Battletech's fun. Oops. So if we gave this to Slurgy, boy, that is, I don't know, that kind of is an unreasonable cost without Cleaver Mastery. All right, here we go. I think we'll do it like this. So Broadcast Briggy, still gonna have this. We're going to give Flapperjack 24 this cleaver. We're gonna take Duelist next level. He's almost there. And yeah, I think that'll be good. We need to get him a proper armor. So let's see if we can maybe just buy one. Temp Banner starts out with 16 base MDef and ends up with 33. Yeah, that's all right. whole bunch of nomads here. We are gonna fight them. Again, we just want experience here. Oh, they want to fight me? Oh, cute. Unexpected, but welcome. Do you have enough fat? I think so. We'll make it work. Caw! Got him. Yeah, see if we can soften one of these boys up to get a kill on Mr. Munch K. You've never built a Battleforged banner before? Do they have enough fatigue to rally often? No. You see? Yeah. I mean, this is, I would say it's better, the way I'm using the bro, it's better to think of them as a flag bearer or standard bearer. Because we're so late in the campaign, I don't expect or anticipate needing to use rally much, if at all. Because our previous banner, you know, went to, you know, Pappy's farm. The great brigade in the sky or something. He's dead. Wait, what's the Orc Cleaver? We just found it. Just found it. It's pretty good. It had armor penetration and minus fatigue on swing. So, not unhappy with our find. Yeah, so it'll be good. We'll be able to use it pretty well, I think. So we're gonna make like one pass through the desert, fighting, you know, the last remnants of whatever nomads we can find, and then after that, we'll be making our way towards the Monolith. Got to do something about that reinforced male hauberk? Absolutely. So that's going to be the primary thing we're looking to upgrade. That we might just have to solve, you know, solve our problems with money. You sneaky outlaw, I saw you going over there. So yeah, we're going to solve our problems with money and just buy something. I think is going to be the plan. We gamble with camps? I mean, if we find something, so far, we only find hats. No shields. We would like shields. Unironically. Are we doing mono this stream? Mm-hmm. That's the plan. Still a little bit of time yet before it happens, but yeah. We don't have that much time left in the campaign. And today's gonna be a good day to do it, I think. Feels right. Partially this is so that I can practice my guitar in the evenings the next several nights. Kind of get some real dedicated work in for my upcoming performances. You have a sentence set up for it? Slurgy was prepared? Or prepped? You have something to watch for breakfast? Lovely. Hopefully, it won't go poorly. I think the team's in really good shape though. So, yeah, I think we'll be just fine. Plus I got this new shiny toy. This thing, the sensor. It's pretty good. It'll make it a little easier. This weapon's gross. It's so good. It's so good. So good. You should do some highlight videos of all the times it was about to go horribly wrong. Oh boy, mod exclamation mark. Mark your bingo cards. Yeah, I like the idea of a kind of a highlight reel of the adversities that had to be risen through. I was also thinking of, I haven't actually started writing it, but I did a little bit of brainstorming on what to put in like a write-up that I might just put on Reddit or somewhere as like a summary of this whole crazy thing that I've done. But yeah, to Just Nom's comment about the sensor is like a polearm but with actual damage. Yeah, so it's like a best of both worlds. It has crazy damage with the reach of a polearm. It's a little too generically good, it seems. I don't know. So if you post this on Reddit, nah, I mean, you don't, I'm not, there's nothing to protect me from. Putting things in a public space means welcoming critique and criticism and things like that, which is totally fine. It benefits from flail mastery. It's a flail. What do you think is stronger, Idrock armor or the new flail? Probably the new flail. If you post it on Reddit, you're gonna be mean, but you have a different Reddit name, so I'll never know. Then you'll see what Slurgy's really like. When he's not just pretending to be nice to you. 'Cause you're here. You'll get to face the wrath of online Slurgy, the meanest of all briggies. To be honest, you think the quiver could have been a bit better? The bleed is unlikely to come into play. I think I like it because it is just the little boost, the teeny tiny boost that I think makes it worthwhile to carry one bow on a thrower most campaigns. Which I know sounds like I'm almost, I don't know. I'm not sure what word to use to describe that, but I do actually think that's good. Wow, food here is so cheap. You already like to run one archer in your games? The quiver's just perfect, yeah. All right, so they're not selling any armor here that we're gonna bother wanting to use. We can make a reinforced throwing net. When you get the opportunity to combine with a possible named bow, it's quite strong. Yeah, for sure. For sure. All right, so we are gonna be looking to buy one piece of armor. That's the main thing that we're kind of looking for here. So we're gonna make our way to the other southern cities. We can quick look for consumables as well. Are the events worth having the cost of having the sensor? Yeah, I don't think the events, they've not been that negative. It's kind of a little bit whatever. So, I mean, I think it's fine. The events, so far, there's just been a couple. They've been mostly just flavor. They've been negative, but not meaningfully negative. And, you know, the event pool, the things that it can select from, is vast. So adding to it, you know, is kind of whatever. I don't know anything about the events, like as far as can they be repeated? What's their frequency? I don't know. All right, so here we've got ambush trade routes. That's kind of disappointing that I sold stuff at the previous city then. Hunt on what terrorizes. I don't know that we need to do that. Drive off nomads. 3-skull drive off nomads I might do. We're going to pause just before for dawn here to see if we can get an arena fight. Potentially 2. 2 unholds. Okay, that should be just fine. So how many fights does our broadcast brigade have? 8? 7. Anybody else gonna hit like a threshold? 6? No, it looks like no. So I'm just gonna choose the strongest bros to go into the fight. So we'll do, let's see, so if I'm fighting unholds, I just want to just beat the crap out of them. So we'll do Behemoth probably, Behemoth, Slurgy, and Thomas the Train. And I'm not even gonna rearrange them. We'll just have them clump up together after the first round. There we go. Got him. We'll take just a moment to see what the next arena fight is once it cycles over to day 130, which will happen in just a moment. There we go. So let's see what the next one is. 1 Swordmaster and 5 Raiders. So that one necessitates some nets. We'd have to do that with like Syncnaza. Could also be fine with the spear. The spear can hit him just fine. But I think we could take injuries from that. And we don't really need experience on those bros. It would really just be for a little bit of money. So I'm actually just gonna pass. We don't need to do that fight. I'm gonna re-equip the dogs. And do I have any other? Yeah. Put a warhound here. All right, so I'm gonna accept this 3-skull contract, drive off nomads. We're gonna buy this potion, and we're gonna use the potion. Since it's a 3 skull, I think I'll just go ahead and pop the potion now on Master Munch K, especially since we have a second. Nassar the Silver Mace. Cool. Ooh, and some assassins? Some assassins? Some? Nassar the Silver Mace has a sword. False advertising. Let's see what everyone else can do. Caca! First I want to see, okay, I wanted to see where those assassins were. They're all back here and they all have Catals. Spoopy. Hidden maze in inventory, where's the champ? He's here. Just a regular looking nomad leader. So I guess we'll put Ragged Edge 82 here. Seems like a okay spot for him. So we'll put Slurgy here, and Spear Wall. Dark Paladin's fast enough we can kind of have him run back at the start of the round. Then we'll get Uncle Freddy Mac there. I think that seems alright. You check the name then, Sleepy Time. Good night, Nixlars. Gute Nacht. Okay. Kind of screwed this up, actually. It'll be fine. Oops. No. No, I didn't want to swap to that weapon. Shit. I hit the wrong button. Well, that's a big oops. The other thing I screwed up was just in positioning. So just getting cocky? No, just sloppy. Okay. So this assassin's gonna get wrecked. Boy, almost preserved his body armor. Which would be kinda nice to have still. Do I try to dagger him down? I think we just try to kill at this point. Okay. May need to bail out Signaza. We'll see. You say that like you're not gonna dagger down the bottom guy for his helmet? I do say it like that. Who knows what's actually gonna happen there? Here we go. And I think we go through here, even stepping into the miasma, and just try to take out that back line. You should definitely bail Signaza out. Nimble guys without armor are kind of badly placed against Catal death blows. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. I think I'll be fine. We're greeding these robes. We're gonna greed some of the robes, yeah. Nassar the Silver Mace has me a little worried too. Okay, only enough fatigue for regular attack. Might just do it here. Okay. Could swap to this sly swift spike. I think I will. All the regular enemies on their side are already falling apart. It's their fancy boys that manage to yet persist. I don't want to get footwork done too, so I actually might leave Syncnaza where he is in the fire. Intentionally. Ow. Yeah, that's what I'm really worried about, is this guy. The Silver Mace. Spooky. Here we go. Let's make sure that armor can't... That archer can't get away. Got him. Looking forward to seeing what that weapon is. Okay. Let's see what we can get here, shall we? Bro's looking puncturable. They are, aren't they? I noticed that as well. I too noticed their puncturability. Ho ho, running away. You don't say. So we do need to fully surround this assassin. I suppose we'll just have Slurgy stand in the fire. Annoying, but whatever. We're gonna do the same thing with Master Munchk, just so we can be in position to disarm this other one. Okay, don't be rude. Don't be rude. Okay, he's disarmed. So we're gonna have to wait, at least initially, on Flapperjack. Behemoth can go ahead and puncture. Same deal with just Nom. Have to wait for him to go first. Here we can throw the smoke pot for Syncnaza. Corvus Karak, I guess, could stay. Doesn't really hurt anything, but he doesn't really need to be there either. We'll just go there. Dark Paladin's just gonna save up his AP. Oh, right. I'm dumb. Let's try to just puncture him. I guess Thomas the Train can move. He's still... Okay, we're gonna go for a better surround before we try to puncture that other boy. Turns out they're hard to puncture down. They have underdog and none of your guys have backstabber? Yeah. What did he swap to his other Catal? Got him. You just tried to speed this up thinking it was a VOD? This is the real deal. Hey, look at this fool. Look at him running away. What a scrub. What a noob. What a dum-dum. Run him down. Let's get ourselves a little bit better nimble stuff, eh? We'll disarm him just for fun. But we are gonna get Master Munch K all up in there. I think one more after this one and then it'll be a killing blow. Yeah, so let's see if we can get it to Mr. Munch K. Next round. You're surprised I don't have more Famed Nimble Gear? Well, Famed Nimble Gear is pretty rare. If you look at like the pool of named items, most of them are heavy. So most of them are forged, basically. There we go. Very nice. So, holy shit. Sharad the Desert's Razor, Sharad the Desert Raiders Half Moon is excellent. Excellent. We did get an Assassin's Face Mask and 2 of the Assassin's Robes. My oh my. We got some Nimble Armor upgrades, which we are very happy with. We don't have a ton of options for attachments to put on them. We basically just have the Hyena Fur Mantle. So not a ton of opportunities to take advantage of them really. And in fact, I think we only have dodge on, oh yeah, Blackbeard's got it as well. So Blackbeard could definitely take one. I think that would make good sense actually. So we'll go ahead and maybe just give him the full setup. Boom. Suddenly Blackbeard looks cool as hell. You got a fatigue neutral duelist sword? Yeah, we sure do. We sure do. So now we can move this Southern Mail shirt over to someone, as it's a slight upgrade. I think the extra 15 durability is worth being at a lower nimble percentage. Or actually, no, realistically, we should just put the Assassin's Robe on someone. which could be... Who? We have 2 of them, actually. Alright, I guess we don't really care about the direwolf attachment anymore. So now that I think about it, I'll just do that. Alright, cool. But we can't see his beard? I mean, that's true. That is the downside there. And this is still, yeah, that same fight. Okay. So we'll treat an injury at the temple. So then this sword, what do we do with this sword? You should probably mark the spare armors for repairs. We're gonna sell some of them, actually. It's an embarrassment of riches. Alright, so Flapperjack 24, we're gonna grab Duelist here. And then last perk, we can be somewhat flexible. We could just grab Quick Hands still. And I think there's a decent number of situations where using the whip is pretty good. So we're gonna grab Fatigue because we're still gonna need it. I guess I could do the thing that I absolutely hate and despise. Do I do the thing that I absolutely hate and despise? Do I do it? Does it happen? So if I do like this, what if I hit this? No, not the blue button. A different one. A different one. This one. Sergi, may it be a coincidence, but for you, Abandoned Village spawned roughly in the middle of the map. Where did it spawn for you? Yeah, it was in, I don't know what the spawn rules are. I didn't look at anything. Mine was over in the west side, but in the center, in the up down, right? So it was in the green. A lot of the spawn rules are based on the terrain type. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's limited, especially since it's an early game location, to being in this grassland terrain. But in my case, both were in that grassland terrain. Both of those legendary locations. So anyway, I might click this button. I hate this button. But I did it. Boom. Brawny. So now this is our armored upgrade, but same deal. All right, Mr. Munch K. We're gonna grab Berserk. And he's still got his enhanced learning. And boy, this sword is pretty good. What I might do then, so it was a slight pivot. I think what'll make the most sense. We give this sword to Syncnaza. We give Slurgy this other Manhunter's Saber. Yeah, I think that'll work. I think this will work. And we're just gonna let this weapon ride. We just don't need to use it. And I think that's okay. Actually, you know what? No, we can put this on Blackbeard for the time where he wants to use a 4 IP attack. Boom. Problem solved. think it's actually a pretty good use for it too. I like that. We are swimming in famed items, no shields. Which is too bad. I could use a shield or two. But what you gonna do? Oh, we got another whip. So let's see. Let's put a whip on both cleaver boys, just so that they have them handy. Any use for Catal? I don't think so. So we've now got an extra Saleh. We'll keep the Southern Mail shirt and this plated Nomad Mail, but we're just gonna sell these other ones, especially since we're not gonna be fighting goblins probably anymore at all. And so we'll mark that for repair. Where even was the ancient statue? It was kind of in the center of the map. It was here. All right, so we'll make our way to Kabira. We'll stop by one more alchemist location, and then armorer really is the big important one, because we're going to be wanting to buy an armor that we can just slap onto Corvus Corac. And maybe we'll see if we can get like one more potion of knowledge, and we're going to try to get a couple more fights here still. We have another potion of knowledge after this one wears out. So we can take whatever fights we see. Selling the drip, I know. It's sad. It is sad. It is sad that the fancy drip had to go, but. So wait, where is? Okay, there he is, Mr. Muchkay. Caw. You're surprised that I keep so little backup armor? You have an inventory full of armor and weapons you might need? I know, I think a lot of people do that. I don't know. I do early. I think that's fairly common, but then later in a campaign, it's a lot more rare. So he also loses less bros than most? I don't know how often other people lose bros late in a campaign. You gotta have all that backup to refill the meat grinder? I see. All the time? Huh. Okay, that might have softened him up enough so that we can finish him off with Master Monkey. You find that by the time you need replacement armors, usually your inventory's full anyway, so it's time to go back. Yeah, that's kind of what I've found. Your last two starts, you had more deaths than days by day 3, so that should tell you something. Hey, by day 3, sometimes that's true for me too. Deaths early in a campaign are somewhat common. It's usually like as the campaign rolls around, the deaths become substantially more rare. But early in a campaign, I think, you know, units are the fights are really volatile, right? And so even with absolutely no misplays, you know, things can just happen. So, I mean, that's understandable. Not picking 9 lives value. I mean, but even with 9 lives and also, you know, on level 1, you don't have 9 lives yet. Alright, so I got one more fight on this potion for Mr. Munch K. We'll take a quick wander through the desert, just seeing if... Nope, no camps there. Ah, another Grand Diviner's Flail event. You find Corvus Corac staring into the Grand Diviner's Flail. The glassy bulb is filled with mist, and the sellsword is raking his tongue to suck up the condensation? Corvus Corac. Weird. Hand to your sword, you ask your spear, you ask what he's doing, and the man freezes. And his eyes open, and he jerks back like a man snorting awake, knowing he's late for work. What the fuck? How did... I was sleeping when... What the fuck? Some of the men have said the weapon has been murmuring when nobody's looking, and it seems every so often it does capture someone's ear. Interesting. Wow, there's like nothing here. This place is a disappointment. All right, so we are gonna buy 2 sets of tools. We'll buy just a little bit of food for variety. And we're gonna make our way into this section of the map looking for some fights against this noble house just to see what we can get. We'll also fight nomads. That's fine. Yeah, evil sentient weapon, but bonks well? Absolutely worth it. The bonking that it does far surpasses any other possible downside that we might consider. Nothing else is really relevant. It bonks well. What else can you ask for? What else could you need? What else could you dream of? You employ criminals in your party? Nah. These are the goodest of boys. No criminals here. You wonder if it has any significance in the cultist background? Like, perhaps Dovcool has some sort of thought on the weapon. I don't know, I kind of feel like the Grand Diviner with the sort of Mother Nature creepy vibes kind of seems antithetical to Dovcool. Like Dov uncool. So, I don't know. Oh, can we not see? Oh, right, we're old. Our vision range is 1 with this new helmet. Okay. Noted. At nighttime, anyway. But yeah. A bit of a whoops. Caca. A new weapon. Pretty good. You think generally late game companies are intimidating, but when your weapons start spewing evil mist, I'd expect the human enemy morale to suffer a lot. Ah, so you're saying the weapon is too weak and it should have a fearsome effect attached to it. Controversial, I would say. So what you're saying is you would buff the weapon. You would make it better. AoE Fearsome? It's already compatible with Fearsome, of course. Quite nicely compatible with Fearsome, in fact. What would you look at that? Finally, another mercenary company. They have a sword master. Cute. We'll bring a net. Possibly 2 nets. Just toss an extra down here. Oh no, don't you run away, Hammer Guard. Stop. It's Hammer Guard time. Okay, so where is the Sword Master? Is this him? That is him. This is a weird 2-line formation they've kind of made here. That's why you wore your brown pants? Mm. I don't know why it has to play the sad music. We're fighting a sword master. We're completing an ambition. The music feels good. This is a very good track. This is definitely one of the best on the OST. It's so sad. Also, I realize now the spear wall was pointless. Here comes the Sword Master. The old S word. So I want to get this kill. I want to get more kills on Mr. Munch K, so I'm actually going to... yeah, I was going to hold off on attacking with Ragged Edge 82, but... okay. Works for me. Oh, oops, I did that. Not that it matters, but I did the wrong attack there. These mercs... doomed. This is the track that to you most reflects the fantasy of being a lowly group of mercenaries in the beginning of a campaign. I 100% agree with that statement. This is the track that embodies how Battle Brothers feels most accurately. I don't really know why. I can't put my finger on a great singular explanation for that. But it captures the perfect mood. It feels very Prime in that way. Like 7, 13, or one of the other numbers we were discussing earlier. Probably a different usage of the word Prime. All right, and I'm actually not gonna attack this trade caravan, shocking everyone, because I don't think Mr. Munch K will gain as much experience from that fight. All right, so we did get our final level on Corvus Corac. And crazy as this may seem, I might take Axe Mastery on a banner. I've never done this. This has never happened in the history of banners ever. But I think it's happening. And we're gonna use Mikkel Carperhart's Menfeller, at least some of the time. 47 HP, that's okay. We just never engage this brother with armor penetrating weapons. He's got 9 lives, so it's fine. So we're gonna take Axe Mastery. We could additionally just grab like Steel Brow, but I'm actually just gonna take Fearsome. Is it useful in Monolith? No, but that's okay. We don't need anything else. Still Temp Banner? Exactly. I'm not gonna curse myself with calling it something else. That would be foolish. All right, can we get a noble army to fight me? No, too scared. Those don't count. All right, let's go up there and check out the Armor Smith. Probably can do better than that camp for our potion. 14 orcs? Where did you come from, orcs? Maybe there? Let me do that, I guess. "18 enemies, it's Briggies. Hey, went away for a bit. What are our lowest levels? We've got 1 bro at level 8. And then we've got 1 bro at... Oh no, he's 11. Oh yeah. So everyone else is fully leveled up. We've just got 1 bro to bring fully up to the desired level 11. So we're gonna run off and buy a forged armor. Get a tiny bit more experience on just 1 brother. And then we're ready to rock and roll. Seems good for mono? Yeah. Yep, I think we're in fighting shape. Maybe fight some caravans or weak enemies with that bro only? I don't count as being in melee with him. Interesting. So you didn't beat the Kraken? So the Kraken is stronger than Monolith? How do I even respond to this statement? The Kraken is different from Monolith. Kraken is more bullshit than Monolith? That one's true. Kraken is more variable? If an enemy dies to miasma, do you gain EXP? I don't think so. But I don't know for certain. You might get split like with dogs. I doubt it. I would venture to guess that it works the same way as bleeds or things like that. Where given that it lacks an on-kill effect, where your bro is the source of it, I suspect it just is EXP that disappears. Kraken is a gacha fight that is only carried by flavor. I'd say that's pretty accurate, actually. You're so scared of Kraken, you can't watch your part with Kraken because you don't want any spoilers, but if even you didn't beat him, then no matter how strong your group will be, feels like fighting him is the same as you retire from your group. I won't give you any spoilers. But the Kraken fight is, a fight you, well, I don't know, good luck. Have fun. Yeah, GLHF. All right, nice little pile of experience for our boy, Mr. Munch K. I should probably stop, like, picking up and auto-looting a lot of the things, actually. Just grabbing, like, the highest tier weapons. Because we do still want a tiny bit of money. Okay, Mr. Munch K, gain a level. You love to see it. And we're gonna greed out even more fatigue, maybe? I don't know, the weapon requires quite a lot. We are going to circle back for Colossus soon, but on this level, we'll grab Killing Frenzy. Dark Paladin 037. Swag level. Oh, one more swag level on Blackbeard 4305. Gonna hit that tasty 100 hit points number. Excellent, finally. I was also waiting on that. We're gonna get our ambition. Ooh, a Master Archer. Cool. I don't often get to see those. So if we theoretically fail mono and start from step 1 again, what will the plan be from there? Just thinking if it's the worst RNG out there. Do you mean like what is my plan, like big picture? Let's say that I were to die in Black Monolith? Yes? Okay, so step 1, I cry many, many real human adult tears. I am unafraid of weeping to shed emotion, to share emotion. I have no sort of misgivings about that. It's rare, but a grown man can cry, and I would cry. I would cry a lot. I would be very sad, disappointed, humiliated, full of shame, sadness, all kinds of things. So that's what happens first. Caw-caw! Once I've gotten through that bawling session, you'd cry too, not gonna lie. It'd be sad. I guess I start over. Oh no. I would still take a break. Master Archer with a heavy crossbow? Right. Kind of a sham. True Briggy doesn't even wear a hat. You just blame RNG being rigged and ignore the evidence otherwise? Now we're talking. That crossbow is 90% armor pierce or something. It should be real high. Get your banner out of there. He's got 9. Everyone has 9. Nothing can one-shot us. It's okay. There's a reason we take 9 lives. I have no fear. Yay, almost a bingo. Was it a setup all along? If the lone wolf dies and the mono is cleared, does the run count? Yeah, someone actually posed that question previously. And I think I will say that that counts as a loss. So one of the things that I set out to demonstrate in this Winstreak series was not just beating that final fight, but beating the fight convincingly such that I am stronger afterwards than when I left, or close enough, right? So if a bro got a permanent injury, then, well, I did get a fancy new armor. And so if the lone wolf dies, then the campaign is over, and thus I consider it a loss. It would be funny if you purposely sacked a few bros to give Chad a little heart attack during mono. Would that be funny? Is that who would have the heart attack? It would nearly kill you? Me too. Which is why I won't be doing that. He's gonna accidentally make his nimble tank the neck response. Well, we have no nimble tank. So there won't be any accident to do. Weapon's pretty good. Lovely. Still trying to feed kills to that boy, as much as we can. Stop there. One Brigade Marksman is going to get away. There we go. All right. Things looking good. Little leader bro flaming his team? Probably. Saying what a bunch of noobs. Alright, Proc 9. Set up for Mr. Munch to finish him off. Lovely. Oh wait, so you're saying, hold up. Wow. We can just press that button. Incredible. So do you think your team could take on 20 brigand leaders? I certainly do. The team would destroy 20 brigand leaders. Alright, so we got ourselves a Sergeant Sash. The Sergeant Sash returns. Finally, we have a true temp banner. And I am actually going to bring this Nacho necklace back over to Syncnaza. Even with Arena Fighter and this necklace, his resolve is only just now up to 50. How about 198? I mean, at some point, do they actually become more difficult? Or does the fight become easier? Because of, you know, morale cascades. I don't know that there are stacks. Maybe it does. Okay, so we do want to still buy an armor. So we're looking for like a coat of plates kind of thing. So we're gonna go to Varderborg. Can we get an attachment? If we can fight like one singular unhold, that would be good too. But at some point, you know, once we hit like day 140-ish, we gotta start the potion and movement process. So we can, yeah, let's go to Varderborg, because then we can go to the training hall first. 20 brigand leaders mean X20 resolve boost? Yeah, but do they stack with each other? I don't know that that's true. So I can at least buy leather shoulder guards and metal pauldrons. The leather shoulder guards we can toss onto the assassin's robe that we just got. And we've got one more assassin's robe which we can throw something on. Actually, we could put the mail patch on it in this case because we've got a -4. Yeah, actually maybe that's just better. This guy's still sitting at perfect nimble. And we're gonna keep this attachment for the coat of plates that we buy, but not here. What's this 3 skull? Let's see, defeating something north of Cameras Mark, 3 skull contract, maybe that actually is gonna work out for us. So let's do that, and then we will do the single fight EXP boost. Brawny Orc Cleaver Duelist build guide when? Well, there may be fights on the way. We'll do this one instead. Aha. See, I knew it. I knew it. The tavern rumor did tell us about this. Check the EXP pot. Did we have another one? I thought I chugged them all. Look like no in the brief inventory flash. Well, we'll get it for the next fight then. Alright, we're gonna get this kill on Mr. Munchk. We'll have Slurgy walk up there. Caw! Oh, no as in no pots left, not no as in no you didn't. Okay. The word no in the English language is actually like really confusing. The way we use negatives is terrible. I much prefer the way they do it in at least Korean and presumably a bunch of other languages, where you are just replying to the truth value of the statement you're replying to, not being weird about what the word no actually means. No to agree with someone is confusing, I think. Way too dank? What? No mean no, simple as? But no don't mean no. Simple isn't. No might mean yes. So you're from the Midwest, you know all about yeah, no, and no, yeah? Exactly, right? The Midwest makes it even more confusing because you have yeah, no, and no, yeah, which maybe makes it less confusing because other people don't even do that, and you're missing out on the no, yeah, yeah, no. Which mean totally different things, in case you were curious. And if you think they mean the same thing, yeah, no. You're in 400 body armor, give you a worthy opponent? Yeah, with this guy. Look at this worthy opponent. Very worthy. He died once, he's gonna die again. He's a loser? That's the spirit. Oh my goodness. We almost lost Slurgy's massive spear. That would have been a tragedy. You were never confused until you told me it was confusing? See, isn't it confusing? Isn't that confusing? Think about it this way. Let me ask you a hypothetical question. What if I say to you, well, you don't like Battle Brothers, do you? What's your response? Do you say yes, I like Battle Brothers, or no, I like Battle Brothers? And why did you need to say that second half of the statement? To clarify. The English language, don't let it confuse you. It's confusing. Would blacksmith save the weapon from breaking, or does it not do that? No, it does. But I don't want it to... I guess that's true. I was gonna say I don't want it to break and then lose the spear wall, but I guess I lost it anyway. So, no, I guess I'm just not used to having the blacksmith. And that's the real answer. The Anglo is trying to deceive you all with his foul language. Get the Saxons back in here. Blacksmith feels like a cheat now, and no longer needing to face losing gear. The new blacksmith's pretty good. Something something, power creep, something something. All while pulling its weight from a macro point of view, yeah. I think we're losing durability on weapons such that it's time to start pushing forward, not relying on the spear wall anymore. Yeah, the new blacksmith seems very strong. I don't know. Might be too good. Imagine fearing the stinky briggies hiding behind spear walls. Imagine. Now we have even less choice for new members between Scout and Lookout. Kinda true, actually. Kinda true. Scout, Lookout, Blacksmith. Feels like that's just gonna be the play every single game. Probably true. That's probably just the way to go. No more vanity bounty hunter? No, bounty hunter's still cute. It's still fun. What's that guy resurrecting for? He's far away. A yaya equals bounty hunter? I actually have no idea what a yaya means outside of Artosis's stream, where people say ayaya, and I don't know why. Which, for what it's worth, I don't watch Artosis's stream very often because I can't stand it. But like, I do genuinely like watching Brood War, so it's tough. I guess we're gonna make our way back to a town so we can grab all that. Our streams don't know whether Alright, none of these are gonna happen, so I'm gonna hit no ambition to see if we get a new one before the campaign ends. Might not happen. Artosis stream is something else? Yeah, it really is. And also it looks like we have no potion of knowledge. The goblins fooled you. They left the camp and maneuvered back around encircling you. Prepare the men carefully because this trap will not be easy to escape. 32? This is why Pathfinder's a good perk. This is why Pathfinder's a good perk. All right, so first step is gonna be, we're gonna get out of Kaka and then see what the hell the terrain really looks like. So, Flapperjack. Kaka! And that's what I really wanted to see was, where's this guy? So realistically, we could put the broadcast briggy on this hex with where Syncnaza is right now. And he can hold off the top indefinitely, no doubt about it. And then I think we send the rest of the squad all south, and we try to engage this group of skirmishers, mostly skirmishers and wolf riders directly. And I think that'll be the play. Oh, I guess there's a... Well, we can have Uncle Freddie Mac stop him here. He could hide in the bush. That seems fine. We'll put one person behind him. Actually, so maybe we'll put... Tom's the train right there. So we'll get Uncle Freddie Mac behind him just for moral support and also to remove nets. The camera's going crazy! Okay. Yeah, let's bring Blackbeard there. I got Edge 82, I think can go this way. Let's send him all the way here. We'll just go here. Give him a parting shot. Put Mr. Munchkay in the middle. Not exactly sure where I want him. And I don't think I'm in a spear wall or anything. In fact, I'm gonna pull out this sword. So we're gonna have cover on most of the bros. They've got very few angles, even though they have bullseye. Very few angles where they can attack and not have to lose some of their accuracy. Netted rooted, yeah, we're gonna be dealing with a lot of nets here. That was one of the things I noticed from the Falcon, was just the sheer number of nets that they have. It is many. Alright, so we're gonna do one sweeping attack and free ally. Here I guess we just free ally. Have someone else help out Ragged Edge 82, probably Flapperjack. I guess I could send Slurgy to here, too. These nerds might not even be able to shoot anyone. Let's do that. This round actually hurts them. I think I agree with that. We're gonna make sure Corvus Korak can't get surrounded. Oh no, run, the goblins have you surrounded, this will be hard. Yeah, so we're gonna move Uncle Freddy Mac so Dark Paladin can move and attack with the hammer next turn. Can I put Mr. Munch K here safely? Probably. Meanwhile, they have 90 nets, so you're never running away? True. They do have many, many nets. Very few good angles for attack, though. There are just so many trees, so much cover. There's still a lot of them, still 26. Alright, so we are gonna bail out Behemoth. He's not gonna be an active participant for the rest of the fight here. Sync Naza, I think, could walk over here and... Oh, I was gonna say break free the broadcast Briggy, but I guess not. Could probably put a dog down here. I think that'd be alright. And Uncle Freddy Mac. Have him come help with this evasive boy. Korax the Cool, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Alright, I'll save fatigue on him. Look at that morale cascade. They didn't like that. They didn't like that at all. I guess I step into the miasma. Weapon has downsides. It'd be nice if we had like a second Kaka here. Because they've been doing some sneaky movements. I don't know exactly where they are. How are they shooting through all these trees? I think there is something goofy with some amount of like asymmetry that happens when figuring out if you can have an angle for an attack. And it's not the same left to right as it is right to left, if that makes sense. There's some sort of like hexagonal positional math rounding error. It's kind of a crack theory, I don't know that this is true. I haven't like proved this. I haven't, you know, whatever. But I think there's something there that is amiss. You have a great comparison picture for that in one of your mods where you reworked line of sight? Aha! Is my statement correct, Darkzo? That there is something amiss with the like symmetry of whether something is or isn't in line of sight, depending on the like direction it's calculated from? I want to know the answer to this. Or maybe the answer isn't so simple. Definitely. Something is very weird with line of sight. Best is if you see it yourself. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'd probably have to see an image to really understand. No, nice haircut, Slurgy. Oh, yeah, I mean, I shaved. So, thank you. I do that every so often. It's been a hot minute. So that's why it looks a little more dramatic than usual. So do you post the comparative images in my Discord general? Thank you. I will, I'm not gonna look at it right now, but I appreciate that and I do want to see it, so I will take a look. You were the first to notice? You were the first to notice. Unsurprisingly. I think you always are. If I were a good bald, I would, you know, give the dome a fresh treatment a little more often than I do. But I'm a lazy bald, so I don't do it all that often. Stop shaving, gotta go with a Hulk Hogan haircut? Oh no. The I don't accept what's happening to me haircut. Who's running away now? They are. Sturdy's haircut is min-max IRL? What does that even mean? They're repositioning, not running? Is that what that was? Is that what that was? Alright, we did get another armor attachment actually. That we can toss onto... Oh wait, no, we don't need one. That's right. Figured that out. Yeah, figured out we don't need one. Alright, still looking for that coat of plates though. Mid-max? Mid-max equals easy to do. Love that. Alright, I want to try to find one fight here. Let's see, it's day 134. Running low on time. I don't want to push it to the very limit just in case something goofy goes on with pathing or Lord knows what. Or an event or I don't know. I wanted to try to find a fight so that we could go back to Varderborg and I could do fresh training. Alright, so we're gonna sell all this stuff that we just looted. I don't think I'm gonna need the regular nets anymore either. I don't think I'll need that named spear. So do you get randomly afraid before Black Monolith? I mean, that could happen, right? Let's see, this didn't refresh, did it? No. So we want to go to a weapon, or no, we want to go to an armor smith. So let's go up here. I think there's an armor smith over this way as well. So we'll make our way to Hammargard. Not looking likely that they'll have what we need based on the settlement conditions. So we'll make our way to Skjolgard. Do I have any use for going to the kennel quick? I suppose kind of. Not really though. Actually, was there an empty spot on someone? No, okay. Some chosen, just 4? Alright, so I'm gonna fight them just so I can re-up the training buff. So are you routinely getting 100 viewers now? Makes you happy? Hey, yeah, me too. It's kind of cool. Glad y'all are joining me here. We'll do a caca, just for funsies. Still gonna try to feed these kills to Mr. Munch K if we can, but you know, they are chosen, so. The updates brought a lot of viewers back to Battle Brothers, which has been fun. Yeah, definitely. All right, I think we just run forward and try to get as much damage as we can. Yeah, I think there's probably a decent number of people who, you know, took a Battle Brothers break, a BBB, and now they're beat. Back. You were one of those? There we go. Well, welcome. That's right, Thomas, the train can't see that far. Hey, got him. You came back because of the update. You'd been on a break since the Northern Raiders update, so Anatomists and the South are new to you. Oh, exciting. So you got like a lot of new stuff. That's great. I hope you find it all cool and fun and enjoyable. Excellent, so we're gonna feed all 2 of these kills to Mr. Munch K. Actually, he's gonna die to miasma, isn't he? Okay. So Slurgy, we do the Monolith, which means, have you thought of doing 32 solo players teams but single elimination? Oh, for the Battle Brawl? Yes, so I have thought about the Battle Brawl. I am gonna do individually drafted teams. I thought that was the answer I expected and the answer I kind of like agree with. Or the response to my like poll that I put on the Discord. Or maybe agree with isn't even the right word. That's the one that I would have chosen if I were you. Even though, as me, I don't either one's fine. But if I were submitting a team, I wouldn't want anyone else to be a part of it. Like, I don't know. All right, so we're gonna make our way to Skjoldgard because we want to see this armorsmith. You never heard of the fat noob? Back in the day, you were supposed to only hire hedge knights, farmhands, wildmen, and build Zerk forged guys. Yeah, I've heard rumors to that effect, that is how many people played the game, which is, I think, it's interesting because, you know, the game, the perks and things work differently. So my understanding, and I never played back in this era you're talking about, but, you know, Indomitable and Recover you could do on the same turn, or there was something weird there, right? And so that makes a lot of sense then. That if you could do Indom and Recover and that whole cycling thing, that's crazy. That would be real good. That is correct with Indom and Recover? Okay, yeah. Yeah, and I never played in that era, so I don't even know what that would be like. That could be an interesting thing too, is, you know, finding like a super old version of the game and playing it just to see what the game was like back when Nimble apparently sucked. I shouldn't even say apparently, like it kind of did. Compared to what it is now anyway. Pathfinder was rarely taken. There were no uphill forts really. There was no north, there was no south. Man, Pathfinder's like one of the best perks in the game. For sure. So what did Nimble do back then? For the longest time I couldn't even find a description, but I finally found one. And it essentially made it so there was a chance of taking less damage. But it started from like naked. Yeah, and I think the change to 9 lives, of course, probably made it better too. With 9 lives being one of the best perks in the game now, which I think people would find nigh unbelievable if they were coming from a different era of the game, is what I gather. But it's true. Yeah, before the 9 lives buff, it gave you a tiny smidge of HP. Yeah, that sounds right. And it didn't remove bleeds or things like that, right? So that's a huge, huge difference then. Nimble and 9 lives still bad. Slurgy's runs have been showing that fact clearly. Hello, Bijante. The shade has arrived. I thought it seemed awfully dark in here. Oh wow, that guy gained his composure and he wants to fight again. Incredible. 9 lives was good even before the buffs. Certain well-known streamers were just heavy save scummers and tryout mod users. I see. Yeah, that's the thing, is like tryout mod is funny to me because I understand that trying to fish for bros can be frustrating and things like that, but deluding yourself into thinking that you're not making the game easier with tryout mod, you're definitely making it easier. Like it is a difficulty mod and you're making the game easier. So let's see, so where was I headed? Skill guard, right? Yeah. But the bros are the same. I mean, true. You just got to select the best one. Yeah, tryout mod is controversial, but to me it's like, there's no reason for it to be controversial. It is obviously a difficulty mod. I think there's just no way to argue otherwise in good faith. But if you want to play with a difficulty mod, that's okay. Though I would also encourage you to just play on easy difficulty, because if on average you expect to gain about 10 extra melee attack and melee defense on your recruits, isn't that the exact same thing that the easier difficulty does? So. All right, so they are selling a coat of scales. It's not a coat of plates, but that'll work. We're gonna buy it. We're gonna toss this on maybe the banner. Let's see what his fatigue ends up with, because we are gonna throw this attachment on it. Yeah, so we're gonna have to move that. And maybe put it on Flapperjack? Maybe that's not right. Oh, and I am going to do a little swapsy-doozle here, because I want Thomas the Train to be able to see further at night. All right, I think that's good. We've got everything we need on the team. So let's start making our way towards the ancient statue. This run has been blessed with salets that we don't even need. I suppose Mr. Munch K probably won't quite reach level 11. I think that's okay. If he's level 10, that's fine. He's got all the perks that we need him to have. And I don't want to wait too long, just in case, again, I want to leave a little buffer in case something weird happens. Pathing-wise, accidental encounter, I don't know, whatever. We're making our way towards the monolith. That's essentially, kind of. One more goodbye fight to some gobos. You think runners are cheesier than tryout mod? I disagree. I actually think tryout mod is... And tryout mod also, like, to me, personal hot take, goes against the spirit of the game, right? Taking a bunch of ragtag, know-nothing, scrub farmer, peasants, you know, whoops, I just hit my keyboard. And rising above. So do we consider the run a win if you defeat the Black Monolith but lose the Lone Wolf? No, I will consider that a loss. So Slurgy must survive. Think of this like one of those old RTS missions where it's like, you know, Sarah Kerrigan must survive. Stream still going, Pog? You just missed the last hour or two? Welcome back. Many of the tryout people also don't actually play Iron Man. Sure. Yeah, which is, again, like, that's totally a fine way to play the game. Like, I dislike when people are elitist about difficulty in a single player game. But I also think it is in poor taste to be disingenuous about what those mods do and the impact they have on a campaign. And lying to yourself also isn't doing you any favors. Mods are good when you want to have fun, bad when you want to challenge. I don't know that that dichotomy necessarily holds. I think there's lots of mods that could do either, right? You could definitely have mods that makes the game harder. Maybe those are less common, but it would make sense for them to exist. You meant those mods, the one you offer? Okay, fair enough. Alright, so we're feeding every single kill here at the end to Mr. Munchk. We'll see if we can get him this last level. I don't know. He gained a bunch of experience from this fight. Okay, 686, that's not bad. He's what? 2,000 experience away-ish? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just won't get there. That's okay. Come back here, Briggies. Are there 2 stacks of Briggies? Kind of look like maybe 2 sets of footprints. Maybe it isn't. Having some dorks lure you into an ambush of armed combatants is the oldest trick in the book. You know, in the original MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries, after the clanners capture you and you break out, one of your merc's log notes in his diary is that the clanners are trying to do that, lure you away from defending the base with little wimpy mechs while they send the big ones in to attack the main force. And it says, You've seen kids playing mechs with little figurines in the streets come up with more complex strategies than that. I read that after I'd already failed the mission because of that exact same reason. And I still remember that that happened to me. I have no idea which mission that was in MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries. Was a great game for its time. Moving back to pull marksmen out of fortifications is as cheesy as runners. I actually think that one is more cheesy. Caca! You had MechWarrior 2 but never got MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries? It was such a good game. Again, for its time. Those types of games, with the way their graphics were, don't quite hold up to the test of time. But Telling a cripple to run is just mean though. True. Ooh, what about moving back 2 tiles against Ancient Dead to trick them out of shield wall? See, I consider that one totally valid, but partially it's because usually I accompany that with a scoot and shoot. So I think of that as a bit of a zugzwang, right? They have to run and meet you, because if they move forward 2 tiles and shield wall indefinitely, I will also indefinitely back up 2 tiles and throw a throwing weapon. Back up 2 tiles, throw a throwing weapon. And so since that condition exists, that makes me okay with it. Yeah, ranged enemies leaving their safe haven on a hill unprotected is not the same. I agree. That's also, I think of runners as being something that still kind of makes sense if you're fighting like Ancient Dead, for example. Because they sort of blindly chase whatever's closest to them anyway, like that's what their AI does. So that to me seems fine. Oh right, I still need a proc 9. Well. You feel like learning how the AI works and playing accordingly is how games are meant to work? Yeah, these types of games, I think that's reasonable to say. You don't think the AI tricks are cheesy? All the mod tricks are cheesy. Auto pause, try out mod, card adjustment. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, so auto pause. You'll notice I have auto pause. And I have said in the past that I understand that that one could be interpreted as a game-altering one that makes the game easier. But to me, it also changes the game into something that is far more enjoyable for me to play. Because I have no desire, absolutely no desire, to make this a twitchy gaming experience. I don't want to sit there with my finger on spacebar as I walk slowly through a forest and then wait for the thing to appear. I don't like that. I think that's awful. But auto pause does happen instantaneously, so fair enough. AI cheats, so we have our ways of dealing with it. Does the AI cheat? In what way? I mean, the AI follows the rules of the AI. I also, I run a mod that allows me to increase the game speed beyond the defaults. And so without auto pause, I wouldn't reasonably be able to use that. And I do think that makes the game a lot more pleasant to play. The funny thing is, every once in a while, someone will come in here who hasn't played the game, and they'll say, I'm thinking about getting this game. They're watching a streamer, and then they'll say, but I've heard that it's really RNG heavy or RNG dependent. And it's a tough question to answer because the answer is, of course, yes, it is extremely RNG dependent. There's literally a dice roll for damn near everything in the game. So you can't, and it's real RNG. None of this bullshit pseudo RNG that happens in so many other games that auto smooths out the experience so you feel like it's fair, even though it's not. That's what actually makes it unfair. But anyway, people will come in and ask if this is, you know, a heavily RNG type game. And the answer is, of course, yes. But because there is so much RNG, it is inevitable that some of the time, about 50% in fact, it will favor you. And there's so much that variance is strongly minimized. And if you have something bad happen to you and you can't recover from it, you made a strategic error. And that's just almost always true. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3, as a great example, has dice luck enabled by default. Right. A lot of games that have some form of RNG have smoothing functions built in. And if you can't see under the hood, you should expect that it does. Having played a lot of Stone Shard, for example, it seems awfully suspicious to me that I almost, with like a 24% fumble chance, in the early game, I almost never fumble like more than 2 to 3 times in a row. Almost never. And I know that that's wrong. No way you play Stone Shard? Yeah, Stone Shard is really fun. Alright, so we'll sell some of this expensive stuff that we looted previously. And let's see, how close are we to our level? 1,000 experience away? Oh, we can get there quick. What's this 3 skull? Follow tracks for lockbox? Sure, let's see what this is. Coda Scales? Well, we got one already. So we're good. Let's see, do we still have our enhanced learning? Maybe I can't see from this screen. Yeah, in this game, unless you get lucky, losses early on are likely. There are ways you can play super carefully to do like a no-loss run. I think Sunward Sins, based on the way he had been playing the game, probably got a little bit bored with it and started doing that. No-loss challenge runs. But it's pretty hard to not just get unlucky. But I think that's another interesting way of playing the game, for sure. Okay, a lot of enemies here. Can maybe get 3 kills in 1 turn on Master Munch K. We'll see. did in fact do that. So I know there are some one-time events with new bros joining, like the Melon guy, but you have been wondering, can you make a full roster without settlements at all, reliably and renewably? The event where a bro joins you after a camp, those are random bros and not one-time events. Actually, Sergey, a Battle Brothers 2, he doesn't stream, but he does have a YouTube video documenting this. Did a no settlements challenge where he did not enter a settlement at all. And still beat every single legendary location. I think every legendary location, I think that's what he did. That sounds horribly unfun. Oh man, I think watching it looks kind of unfun. I watched some of it. It's very tedious, but the challenge is definitely there. You assume he cheesed? I guess it depends on your definition of cheese. Yeah, I would say it is largely cheeseless, but I don't know. What origin? Peasant militia. Can you get the King's Guard? I think so. I don't think he set like a time limit for it. So the main problem for him is just like food, wages, and tools. Because he has to get all of his money from fights on the map too. So we had to be really careful about just wages, which is really funny. I saw you talking about the beggar origin last night. I swear either you downloaded that mod or as part of the base game because you played it many years ago. You never made it past day 5 or 10 and never got any weapons or bros or money. Yeah, I think it's one of those that, much like I did with this origin, I think you have to start, you know, FedEx, delivery bros. Yeah, Legends has like a scaling beggar thing though, which is different. I don't know if it has just like an actual regular beggar start. Maybe it does. But the scaling beggar is like very much its own thing. Okay, that wasn't that much experience on Mr. Munchk. So to your question, does it mean that you can always, that you can renewably random bros, not one-time events only? I think there are some events that can renew. I don't know. I guess maybe I don't exactly understand the question. Yeah, I've watched a little bit of Legends, and it's definitely not to my tastes. Kaka! Legends is just like kind of a different game. Like, I don't think of it as the same type of experience as Battle Brothers. It's like some people who played Battle Brothers wished they had gotten a slightly different game, and then they made that, which is cool. Very cool, especially with the mod tools that exist. But I like this experience. Yeah, I am definitely going to try Reforged at some point. Definitely. All right. Oh, let's see. How close are we? We're so close. All right, I'm gonna get level 11. And then we will... We should end up with Slurgy at 69 hit points. Nice. That just feels correct. Gain some more swag levels here too. Swimming in swag. You love to see it. So let's go out and find like one more fight. 6 strats! Alright, I guess that'll work. That'll work. Let's put a long axe on the broadcast briggy. And a fighting axe on Uncle Freddie Mac. Go ahead and change these out. All right. We're gonna at least do this fight on open ground during the daytime. Excited to see me play mono? Yeah, it'll be very soon. It will be very much not RNG dependent or RNG heavy, because I've done it now like 14 times in a row. It's still a difficult fight, but these strats are all bark and no bite. Oh man, it begins. So it begins. The Shrat puns. Unescapable. Yeah, we're gonna send the tank there to maybe grab some attention while the rest of them move forward. You've grown past all these puns? Yeah, they really, I'm gonna stop. I'll stop. I stopped before I've begun. Or have I? Or was it just not the right season? Maybe you should try talking with them. They might be willing to entreat. So did you hear about the Shrat who wasn't really a fan of his shield? Eventually it grew on him. Oh my god, an in-lore pun? Wonderful, wonderful. That's the kind of joke that'll really grow on you. Oh, shoot. That bro getting staggered is unfortunate. Okay. One tree down. Bring out the famed axe we got. It'll make them shred themselves. Yeah, we should. That should happen. A little nervous about it though, on this brother. That was satisfying. Is it okay to put Mr. Munchkin here? It might not be. So you can stop messing around with these birches and get them. So just don't worry, all these puns are rooted in the lore. Oh my god. That's so good. Followed just for the Shrat puns alone, very entertaining. Incredible. You know, the first time we did this, I was like, I don't know. All these tree puns, like, they're too much. Like, I don't know. Like, we should stop. But they've really grown on me. One more Shrat pun and you'll unsub. I guarantee it. It gets a bit steal. I think we should branch out a bit. Ooh, if these trees don't want to talk, then they'll die a log. Oh my god. What's the best weapon against rats? Axes are very good to break through their shields. Don't give up now, Slurgy. There's only 3 more to go. You guys are incredible. The joke didn't quite take root. The only fight where axes of all kinds are genuinely good. Where's the tree pun in that statement? I don't understand. All right. Only 2 more to go. So. These jokes are starting to get sappy. I don't know. I think you should be able to just keep joking, right? You know? Treat yourself. Only 2 left. Sloji, I think I matched with one of these shrats on Tinder. Oh yeah? That's gotta be a setup. Tell me more about who you matched with. Oh wait, match? Is match the joke? Hold on. Is old man brain striking? Tinder, as in what you start a fire with? Okay, yes. Tinder. Right. Once you explain the joke, it becomes funnier, right? That's how that works? Like when I don't understand, it becomes better, right? Tinder's the joke because what is Tinder? Yeah, I get it. Now. Wrong app though, should have used Timber. Oh my god. That's where you can really go to fall in love. You can count the rings to find out how long ago that joke died. Oh my god. I don't think I can handle this much longer. We're only just getting started. Strat's a real lumbering brute. Sure is. Alright. So we'll let that last little sapling run away. Tell the story to his tree and friends. Ancient amber, ancient wood. Wait, hold on. Did we get the things to make... Alright, hold on. We have to do one thing of crafting. We want to hit a taxidermist. We can make the living tree shield, which I actually genuinely want for mono. Which is kind of crazy. We also got level 11. My friends are dumb. All my friends are so dumb. I don't know. As soon as those jokes started to really take root, I really started to enjoy them. All right. Oh wait, hold on. I should re-equip the squad with their proper armaments first. Okay. So the ancient amber we just sell, yeah. But we got this ancient wood, which I am actually going to do something with. If you tell another joke, you're gonna shrat yourself. All right, so we got our final level here on Mr. Munchk. We've finally done it. Screw it. And I think we will grab forged for this armor. And then nah, screw it. We'll just grab reach advantage. All right, so we're gonna go to Grunenbach first. What's his nibble percentage? That looks heavy. I think 66%? Yeah, 66%. Backstabber? Backstabber might have been better. Radabrecht swords, you're lucky. We're a little bit hurt and we've got things to do. So we're gonna make a living tree shield. Because that is the shield that we are, surprisingly, gonna get the most mileage out of in Black Monolith. We can equip this shield and then we don't need any others, giving us the maximum amount of fatigue to make use with on our tank. And I think our armors should fully repair in time before we reach mono. This would be the one that maybe wouldn't. Just so I don't have to worry about it at all. We'll just buy all these supplies. Then we're gonna make our way to the ancient statue where we will drink our potions, equip our bros, and strike at the heart of the evil that has plagued this land for far too long. It is time. Let's take a look at our retinue. Oh my god, we get the last retinue slot. Mind running through the lineup and skills before we go? Oh, we will. We will. Because we're going to do some finagling specifically for the fight, and I'll do it at that time. You know, given that this is our last entry in this whole series, we should hire the minstrel to tell the story of what we are doing on this day. I don't think I've ever hired him before. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick because I've been kind of holding that one back, and I need to refill my water. And then we're gonna consume potions, touch the ancient statue, and then go to Black Monolith. I'll be back in just, I don't know, 1 minute. Probably closer to 2. All right, I am back. So, let us set up for this fight. Some of this, in many ways, is kind of over preparation, but we can't risk having anything bad happen to our poor squad. So we're gonna set things up. So, by YouTube, what does that mean? Okay. So first things first, we're going to arrange the squad as we want them. Then we're going to do equipment. Then we're going to do all the things we need to with consumables. So first things first, forge tank. This looks perfect. This is exactly how we want them, with the exception of this goblin trophy. We actually want this to be the undead trophy. When he's fully surrounded, even after... Oh, actually, no, he doesn't need it because he has Death Wish. We can actually give that to someone else. Let's give this to Slurgy. Make absolutely sure that he doesn't flee from different things. Okay. Can't the living shield be destroyed? Yeah, so let's talk a bit about the living tree shield. Because we didn't have an opportunity to get good named items, this one shield will continually regenerate itself from the bits of chip damage that it takes and last the entire fight. No other shield can do that unless it has super high durability. Death Wishes only gets hits? It is. Yeah, what about the horror skill? He may be subject to horror. He's got super good resolve. I think I still feel better about putting it on Slurgy though. I think that'll be slightly better. So we're gonna be using the Manhunter's Saber on Slurgy. There's actually no need for us to carry a spear in this fight. Spears are still fine against like the Necro Savants, but whatever, it'll be fine. We're gonna put like a fire pot and I guess a reinforced throwing net on Slurgy. And his equipment is good as is. Shrooms, yeah, we're gonna do consumables at the end, but we'll probably do shrooms on him. But sit tight. We're gonna do kind of a ranging of the squad first. So, actually, let me be a little more organized with this. So, we'll probably put Slurgy in the center of the formation. We're gonna put Thomas the Train on the left side. So we're gonna put our tankiest bros on the top. Probably do Dark Paladin up there as well. And we'll put Uncle Freddy Mac on the bottom. Now the question for Uncle Freddy Mac is, let's have him start with the spear. The idea there is for dealing with Necro Savants. So we are finally, in the very final fight, Slurgy will hand the torch, the oversized spear, to his squire, Uncle Freddy Mac. So we no longer need, actually I might. Might keep the Sly Swift Spike. Maybe Slurgy will have that as a backup. Just for when weapon skills build up, less fatigue becomes relevant. I guess it won't because we're gonna do a second wind potion. So we don't really need it. That's right, it's yours now. So otherwise, I think where the bros are positioned is correct. Okay. Over under 0.5 deaths in mono. We'll do a poll. And I'll say, since we have the surgeon, instead of deaths, fallen bros, you get 3 minutes while we do this. Okay. I think that's the formation. I don't think there's any other gear changes that we need to make. Yeah, I don't think so. 3 cleavers and the new AoE flail are gonna be great in mono. Yeah, they really are. They really are. So we're gonna put holy water in the hands of a few bros. since that's, you know, pretty good. Master Munchkin does not have quick hands, so I actually won't give him any consumables to throw. Sink Naza, we're gonna have equipped just like this. I think that seems correct. Ragged Edge 82. We'll definitely put a reinforced throwing net, maybe 2 of them, on him. We could use 1 smoke pot. Let's give that to the banner. That smoke pot will be used to eventually bail out the tank, potentially, if it's necessary. Mace God Bro doesn't have a lot of fatigue though. Is he good for the holy water? Yeah, so it will take 2 fatigue to move on flat ground. So he's got just enough at 25. So he'll throw the holy water and move 2 hexes, which he will have just enough fatigue to be able to at 25. If he had less than 25, he would not be able to do this. That is a great check though, Psycho Ling. And I think that's it for the consumables that we need to equip onto bros. So now let's do our stash of, you know, consumables. Oh, I guess we can give some smoke pots to just Nom too. Any more free slots in the bottom? Another one on Uncle Freddie Mac? Throw a flash pot. Drugs are fun, drugs are fun. So we're gonna start with the cat potions and work our way back. So we're gonna put a cat potion on anyone who has dodge. We're also gonna put it on our tank so that when we do our indom cycle, we end up being able to sort of skip ahead in the turn order against some of the enemies. So cat potions go in here. I'm just gonna quick look through the list. Oh man, most people believe 0 bros will fall. You love to see it. We're gonna give a cat potion to Dark Paladin because he has dodge. We're gonna give a cat potion to Blackbeard because he has dodge. And that's it for bros who need cat potions for dodge. Is there anyone I just want to make faster for one reason or another? Thomas the Train might be good to make a little bit faster. Maybe Flail Bro in case he stands out. But do we need him to be faster? We'll do that. Okay, Lionheart potions. Definitely giving one to the tank, always. Definitely giving one to our banner, always. Giving one to our frontliners is a great idea. We'll basically give it to anyone who can take one. Thomas the Train almost practically doesn't need one, so I might hold off on him at 95. That's kind of insane. You predict 1 bro will die, the lone wolf? Oh, damn. So we're definitely gonna give one to Dark Paladin. His is just a smidge low. We're gonna give one to Flapperjack. His is a smidge low. We'll give one to the Broadcast Briggy because we can't risk him, you know, being a wiener. Master Munchkin, same deal. Behemoth, same deal. Uncle Freddie Mac, sure. And then as far as these bros, Ragged Edge 82. We don't want to risk him falling to the Horrify, so we'll do that. No one's gotten sick yet, which is kind of crazy. Second Wind Potion, we're going to give one to Just Nom so that he can hold out for a little bit longer. Thomas the Train doesn't need one. Flapperjack definitely will make very good use of them. One with a cleaver. As will Slurgy. As will Master Munchkin. Mr. Munchkin. As will Behemoth. As will Uncle Freddie Mac. As will Ragged Edge 82. And then the last one we could either give to Sink Naza or potentially Blackbeard. Blackbeard actually doesn't really need one that much. He doesn't have Berserk and he's got plenty of fatigue, so even though he's using the Sword Lance, he doesn't need one as much. I suppose the last one could go to Syncnaza. He doesn't have a ton of fatigue to work with. He's got a pretty good sword too. Sure. Okay. So now, strange mushrooms. Gonna give one of these to Ragged Edge 82. Let's make some big hits with this flail. Definitely gonna give it to Blackbeard as well. I'm tempted to give one to Slurgy, but I won't. But I won't. And then probably not on any of these Cleaver Bros. Can bros get sick from this? Oh yeah, they're like all sick. That's why we are doing this now as we make our way towards it, like before we do it. I think that might be all the mushrooms we do. We don't want to overdo mushrooms. The melee defense is pretty important. Okay. So then we're gonna go to the ancient statue. We go to the ancient statue here because we can get the team at their optimal amount of mood. Boom, time to strike gold, parry! Let's not dwell on this. The idea here is we aren't able to take any fights because the potion effect will take effect like the next fight. So we bring everyone up to euphoric so that the mood is optimized on our way there. It's really happening. It's really happening. So we want to make sure we don't accidentally get in a fight on the way there. So we're going to be careful as we move through. At least a little bit. The end of an era is here. The end of an era is here. What you were all witnessing here is history in the making. Only 15 run streak on the line. This is what I set out to do like a year ago. This win streak began only like last year in July. So I've been doing this for a while. It takes a while to do a run, right? So this is like a whole year of effort where this is the final battle. We can't fail here. Did you restart the streak after that gladiator loss? Yes. Every single VOD is available. No ambition. Our ambition is to defeat the Black Monolith. Yeah, every single VOD is on YouTube. Every single Origin has its own playlist. Some choice favorites from the community include Peasant Militia, Anatomist, and Oath Takers, for good reason. A few of the boys are still sick, so we are going to wait till midday of this day. One last look at the bros. We did our last look. We'll do a look at the end, as we always do. Other VODs from previous win streak attempts? There's really only one previous win streak attempt. And there is a little bit of VODs of it, but yeah. Looks like you made it just in time. You made it just in time, Grib. Everyone is still full health and armor and everything. Everyone's fully equipped. Everyone's got their potions. Moods are still good. Let's do this. From a distance, the Black Monolith looked like a black tower tilting from the earth. The sky above was without blemish, as though the clouds and the birds were circumventing some unseen mountain. A numbness settled its hinterland, terra neither dying nor growing, and a cruel silence left the listless life worse than no life at all. Adventurers went to it and did not return. Stories of their demise stacked high until their absence shielded the monolith whole, clothing it in such fear and menace, no one dared go near. But now, the lone wolf stands before the obelisk, like ants at the steel of a staked spear. Here, you see that the structure was not built upon the earth at all. The obelisk rests in the pit of an abandoned quarry. Roads and paths sidewinder into the depths like some great and hollow terra socket. Ropes carrying buckets hang across every gap, innumerable pails of dirt left listing, like fireless lanterns on a festive night. More bindings hold the frames of bridges, the walkway planks long since fallen, and more yet wrap about the monolith as though a great bevy of men had attempted to pull it down or perhaps even correct its tilt. At the bottom of this abandoned pit is the base of the monolith, but to you, this is only a guess. It has the very appearance of never stopping its descent into the very earth and whatever is below. Shovels and pickaxes litter about its obsidian walls, with soil still clumped on their metals. Behemoth 6987 nods at the scene.
Looks like whoever was digging there got interrupted.
The man's words carry far into the quarry, and they become so presently shaped in echo that you just about watch them go. Looking back, you see that the silence itself has followed you in, but even here, at the edge of the pit, it is pensive and cut with ease. The decision to enter the quarry rests heavy on your shoulders. Oh my god, Rage Stakinski, thank you for the gift subs. I appreciate that. Go in. Random accent during reading, that's on the bingo card. Wonderful. Halfway into the quarry and rounding a long bend, you notice a series of hallways cut into the lower wall. You cast up a fist. The company seizes, bumbling into one another as the formation comes to a stop. Uncle Freddie Mac, the squire, asks what's wrong. You put a finger to his lips. With the lightest of steps, you approach one of the ropes strung between this level and the very bottom of the pit. A pail filled with soil totters the tether as though jittered by your appearance. The pulley used to draw it up and down has long since rusted over. You draw your spear and cut the rope. The binding shoots back like a whip, and the bucket plummets. It clatters side to side off the rocks until striking the ground with a metal pang and a cloud of dust. And just like that, the silence is gone. Pale men flood out of the hallways below, a stream of malignant miners and ditch diggers and haggard drawers and boots and capes of shredded shirts, shambling back, out as though returning to some long-gone work left incomplete. You try to count their numbers, but are mightily distracted when a throng of armored soldiers march out behind the mob, this outfit carrying polearms, shields, spears, and, most dangerously of all, a sense of cohesion. No point in running out of the quarry. Nothing in the land to run to. When you look back at the men, they're already drawing out their weapons. Uncle Freddie Mac, the squire, nods.
With you to the end, Captain.
All right. To the end. Engage. All right, terrain looks good. We've got kind of a boulder situation going on here that can slow the advance of the northern flank. We'll probably start out with a scoot and shoot, as we often do. If we position the tank up here, we can still let him maintain having Lone Wolf. if we scoot and shoot down and to the left too, he'll be in a pretty safe spot. Maybe not gathering enough enemies, so I might leave him like here or something. Enemies could still spill behind, but that's not as big a deal. What's the next origin after this one? There isn't one. This is the last one. We will give one, of course. Ka-ka! One final time. Oh yeah, one thing I didn't call out when I was outfitting the crew, I also make sure to always have my forged tank have one of the Ejirok pieces of armor so that he can withstand many, many turns of miasma. Same deal here with the next most northern fatigue neutral. I will put a piece of Ejirok armor on him as well. So now, as described, we're gonna scoot and shoot down and to the left, 2 hexes. Some boys only scoot, for they have nothing to shoot. So if you hit the Ancient Honor Guard, they won't die completely from 1 holy water, however Ancient Legionaries will. I might throw here for maximal splash and to hit as many Ancient Legionaries as possible. Okay, just 2. Hype train success! Thank you to all who participated in the hype train. The boys always have something to shoot. Let's find something. Oops, that's not exactly where I wanted Signaza to go. That's fine, we'll just have Corvus Correct go where he was going to. So we could put just Nom like up here. Another option would be to go forward, and then that means the Conqueror runs around to the back. But I think I'm okay with the Conqueror getting on our tank in this case. So if we move to here, one of the Ancient Honor Guard can attack us next turn, but only one. I think that's okay. Not clear if I should swap to the Warhammer on Uncle Freddie Mac, because we'll want to use that against the Ancient Honor Guard. The spear is more for the Necro Savants. I actually might even put him here, to have him sweep the back line specifically to deal with the Necro Savants. That might make the most sense. So why don't I just go ahead and do that now? Oh, Flapperjack will not throw his fire pot. That's right. Nice. I think we accidentally, or unfortunately, I suppose, got a little double splash situation. Ooh, that one is a tasty one. Thomas the Train. And yeah, 24 fatigue was exactly how much we needed. So that's pretty good. Splash. All right, so we're gonna wait, let them come to us. Do I want to do that on the tank as well, or do I back up 1 hex so that this guy can't attack me? Back up one. There's the Conqueror. Did you just make the Rocket League goal explosion sound? I am wearing a Rocket League shirt right now. The sheep special, indeed. Okay. So, what I'm checking here is if these all ended their turn, or if any of them are still waiting. 2 of them are still waiting. Okay. Okay. Necrosavants ended their turn. That's what was kind of most curious about, or most kind of waiting for. I hope Thomas the Train doesn't get caught out by one of these ancient legionaries. That... But I think that'll be the play. I think we want to back up one more. So we're just going to go straight back 2 hexes. Can maybe put Dark Paladin up here. And we're gonna have just kind of hold so they can't move through this area. So all enemies will funnel down here. I think that'll work for me. I think that'll be good. So we'll move just he can still stay in the miasma. He might just go to there, which will still have Lone Wolf. And we'll probably draw the attention of the Conqueror and at least a handful of these Ancient Dead up here. You say that like he wouldn't just disrespect zone of control? Unlikely. But he might. So we can do one more shoot of the scoot and shoot. We did it. We shot. Oh, Thomas, that is? Yeah, I mean, he could. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Right. So we could send him here, maybe? Do I like that spot? Or would I rather be here? Let's go here. And I don't think there's any need to indom or anything on this turn. We don't need to use the fatigue. Fire, fire. All right, so he is getting engaged on, but yeah, we're just gonna disrespect their zone of control. Runner tank, disappointed. We're gonna limit the number of units that engage him. So now on this turn, they're gonna run forward. So we have a handful of bros that aren't yet confident. When they see what the holy water does to them, as they run forward and then die, we expect most of them will become confident. So I think on this turn we will start our Indom adventures. And we're gonna let them run at us. Come at me, brah. Perfect. And now almost the whole team is confident. As they should be. Get out of here. And we'll see where the Necro Savants go. Alright, so only partially engaging. I like that a lot. That's really good for us. So Dark Paladin will get cracking on these first Necro Savants. Very good start there from Blackbeard too. Stinky Lands goes, yeah. Do I push Mr. Munchcake forward? I think I probably can. A valid alternative would be to weapon swap to a net and just attack a Necro Savant though. Or excuse me, not the net. The whip, even though we don't have quick hands. We didn't actually grab that on this bro. Probably should have. Reach advantage was stupid. I don't know, so maybe I just go forward. Yeah, that was better. Is it smart to just put down dogs at the beginning, slow their approach? No, because then you give the Necro Savants, like, food. Maybe if you do them all at once at the start, maybe that's okay? But, I don't know. I'm skeptical. That's what you mean, all at once? I don't know, it's an interesting idea. It might be good. Okay. You tried it and it happens exactly as you say, Slurgy? Necro Savant spread out and feast on the dogs? Okay. Yeah, we're still gonna keep Uncle Freddy Mac back here for the Necro Savants that jump our backline. We'll send the broadcast briggy forward. We can... Ooh. Let's see if we can pop that Necro Savant's 9 lives. There we go. One of the Necro Savants jumped on the tank. Interesting. Okay, gonna wait on Dark Paladin for now. Blackbeard. Might move here and do a reap across these. That seems like the best play. Was good. Put Uncle Freddy Mac in a position that kind of surrounds this Necro Savant. He's going to want to move away from there. We're going to do the Reap attack here. Perfect. And that was just so that we could get a kill to proc Berserk to do another one. So we'll go an Indom. Need to decide if we're going to shield wall on this turn. I don't think we'll need to. We're going to have another Indom for next turn. So we're good. Sink Naza. Net. And strike. God, that's a ton of damage. You think we've got this in the bag? The hard part is already almost over? Yeah. The team is pretty strong. Zerk Frenzy and Monolith? Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good in this fight. So let's have Corvus Korak, because he's got good melee skill. Hit the Necro Savant to proc 9. Yeah, Cleavers also do well in mono. Very true. So we're gonna have Dark Paladin get ready to move up to help our tank already. But on this turn, I want to do attack there and not get so close so as to break Lone Wolf. Again, Lone Wolf has a range of 3 hexes. Or 3 tiles, whatever. So we have to remain outside of that for that to remain active. We'll send the Lone Wolf there on a flanking maneuver to help set up kills on the Ancient Priests. I think we move down and just attack the Necro Savant. Stunned him! Beautiful. Two 9 lives procs on the same turn by Blackbeard. Sync Naza could probably go finish this one off. No problem. So Ragged Edge 82 will make his way up to the north to help out there. What? We missed a 95%, this is a bullshit. Just kidding. This fight is already over. This fight's going awfully well, isn't it? But again, one of the things I wanted to demonstrate in this Winstreak series was not just beating Black Monolith. If I wanted to force a team composition into fighting Black Monolith, I would have done so with tighter time constraints and things like that, but that's not what I wanted to demonstrate. I wanted to demonstrate a normal looking team that's good at fighting everything. Realistically, we're probably best at the Orc Sea of Tents because of our Spear Bros and stuff, as we clearly showed in the last couple streams. But Monolith represents the most difficult fight in the game for most teams. You demonstrated that the new flail is OP. And that's also true, that this has been demonstrated. Agreed wholeheartedly. It also demonstrated a full-on recovery after legendary locations gone wrong. Yeah. Yes. That's... that happened. Though my original intent was to set the time constraint just low enough that like a full recovery after a near wipe wouldn't be possible, I sort of missed, because it, I guess, is very possible. Alright, so we're not going to quite break Lone Wolf yet, so we're going to remain here on this hex for the moment. We'll wait here on Flapperjack as well. Gonna hit that blue skip turn button. I think we'll just run into the miasma there. I think that's fine. Lone Wolf getting pushed around a little bit. Dark Paladin may run up to the Conqueror. We do have Headhunter on this bro, and he's got a pretty vulnerable little head with his silly laurels. Laurel wreath. Instead of, like, you know, real armor. So Uncle Freddy Mac's gonna move up, but swap to the Warhammer. Do not interfere, you're having your moment. We're just here to help out. Those are the laurels of victory, bestowed upon him by the Emperor of Mankind. Well, as the new Emperor, I'm here to take it back. I might intentionally leave that Ancient Honor Guard alive, so that we can get a Zerk Frenzy proc. Uncle Freddy Mac will bravely smash the armor of the Conqueror. I think Naza could maybe proc that. Yeah, that seems good. So did you join Age of Wonders 4 groups and kill everyone, especially Grib? It does sound like y'all are having a lot of fun. Alright, so Ragged Edge 82 is going to have to be a little careful. We'll go ahead and just bonk the Conqueror. I suspect the Behemoth can probably handle that Necrosavant. Maybe I attack it with a reach weapon and then walk up. There should be enough damage. Perfect. So then we got Behemoth finish it off, and then move on to attack something else. Bonk the conch, bonk the conch. Okay, Uncle Freddy Mac in a certain amount of danger over there. A certain amount. Very vague. What amount? Who knows? These are reach weapons though, so once we kill the Conqueror, he'll be able to just snake away. No problem. Corvus Korak. He was meant to use this axe, right? Headhunter is active on Dark Paladin. Of course, well, took one too many sips of liquor before this fight to hit him, but he's ready. Oh! The Conqueror. Afraid? Sorry, boss. His helmet was fake, it comes right off? Scandalous. Okay, on Uncle Freddie Mac's turn, he is going to back up. He's still got 9, so he's good. We would never let anything happen to our squire. Insisting a bro is fine because he had 9 lives, that's on the bingo card. Indeed. I suppose Just Nom could give this guy a little stab. Stabbed him. Boom! And Dark Paladin 037, after a brief apology for missing due to a wild swing from having just 1 drink too many, brings death to the Conqueror. Got him. Thomas the Train. Giving him a slam. Uh-oh, these ancient priests don't look like they're doing too good. So clean, so clean. Monolith would probably be impossible if all the ancient priests do is horrify your bros. No, definitely not impossible. Okay. Replace priests with geists? Oh man. I've got an idea for how this fight should end. Gather round, everyone. The whole squad shall witness this. Squire. Yes, sir? Hand me my spear. Victory lapping? It's the right thing to do. He's making it hard to watch, though. A weird execution bukkake. Something like that. Who's the one afraid now? Sturge gives him 1 stab. 2 stabs. The priest confused. How can such a weapon, a sharp, pointy stick, damage a bony creature such as he. And Slurgy finishes him off. Whoa, my goodness, I pushed my desk. With his oversized spear. And from that we gain the Emperor's armor. We don't leave behind the jewels. And that's it. It has been done. It's disappointing, Jasnam says as he looks at the slain corpses. He snorts and spits. I don't think disappointing is the word for it, though. They're just lying there, bones and coats, like we'd fought a closet. No flesh, no blood. It's unsatisfying. And knowing that, thinking it true, well, that unnerves me. You got nothing to say to such things other than there's a kernel of truth in the matter. If it weren't the issuances of its lust, why else the vigor for violence? Another sellsword calls you over, interrupting any solemn introspection. Sir, come have a look. You head over and spot a skull sitting in the bed of pauldrons, like an egg in the bosom of a well-endowed southerner. Oh my. The rest of its body is battered and thrown to the winds as far as you can tell. What remains is a decadent slab of chest armor. It is covered in glyphs and treatments, fortunes and historical retellings, and is embroidered with red tassels and combs made of bristly hair. You touch the metal, and the second you do, the skull beside it powders and blows away. The mercenary, seeing this, shrugs rather sheepishly. If you got magical powers, I won't tell no one. You slug the sellsword in the shoulder and tell him to load armor into the inventory for later allocation. I should take a closer look at that armor. As the men pack up to leave, you hear a voice behind you. Never were. You turn back, and the world darkens in a shrouded tunnel. Your men and their voices fading into the dark until all that remains is an elderly man and a light at the end of all that black. An unsteady flicker and a warble of flesh trying to hold it. You approach slowly, getting bearing on the speaker. It is a shrewd, elderly man, bent at the waist and bent again at the back, and his arms are thinner than a spear's hilt. You look back to see the world of dark had followed you forward, nothing behind but blackness. Looking forward again, the man is suddenly before you. He looks so similar, like someone you had seen in the past and yet had forgotten. Perhaps someone you had seen in your childhood, a dying uncle glimpsed on your fourth winter and his last? He is holding the candlestick and the wax drooping over his knuckles and rolling down his wrist. You never were meant to be. Never were. Never were. Never were meant to be. You, the one they call the false king. You wake on the ground. The mercenaries are looking down at you with concerned stares. You all right, Captain? Getting up. You tell them you were just fell into a quick nap. You look back at the black monolith, and you can see yourself in the obelisk's reflection. And it is your reflection alone. I'm all right. It's been done. The black monolith has fallen. Do you still get this text if you don't take the armor? I don't know. That is a great question. The final entry into this whole series that I set out is complete. Is random happening or no? No, I think this is the perfect one to end on. Congrats, Slurgy. Thank you, NT Wien. Hashtag YOLO11. Thank you for the Prime sub. So, as is tradition, which I should thank, I think his name was Caesar, who said, why don't you do a recap of the bros? I think in the first run. What a great idea. I love that we do this. So let's take a look at the squad, one by one. We'll start, as isn't tradition, with the Fallen. A tempo shield bro. That one was unfortunate. The tempo thrower, also unfortunate. Really looking forward to that one. Crackalack, who unfortunately I think was too early in the list, never meant to be. Curse words, same deal. Lord Jingo, that was a sad death. Then we get to the 3 that were devoured by the Kraken. Mac Poopy Pants, Green Killer, and Searoy 7. Bad terrain gen and just hubris. But I wanted to do all the legendary locations. Unfortunately, that one didn't happen. That's okay, though. And then Insane Killer 013, who, well, didn't last too long from one of our new pickups as we were freshly leveling up. And Intiwian, same kind of deal. So now let's look at the squad that survives. Just Nom, our forged tank. The tank was the one we were looking to pick up for a very long time. With the company for only 85 days, which in this company is actually relatively recent, took part in 127 battles and has 35 kills, almost no one, but did kill a Shrat. We were looking for a tank, and man, it was tough to find one. This is probably one of the weaker stat-wise tanks that we've ever had. Had Death Wish, I was originally going to make him a Nimble tank, which is why I got 9 lives. But, you know, it ended up okay. We ended up making a forge tank, and this Living Tree Shield at the end was all we needed to survive the Monolith. We actually could have lived much longer, and this Tree Shield could have lasted much longer too, but we didn't need it. Oh, don't forget, yeah, Xenothought 2, who we whipped to tell him to get rid of Drunkard and accidentally got rid of him. Whoops. Thomas the Train 1. With the company for 115 days, took part in 179 battles and has 184 kills. Vanquished the Ijarok. I love these bros. Swordmasters. The Swordmasters that you find in the mid-game that you can turn into fatigue neutrals end up with just obscene stats. Just ungodly amounts of melee skill and melee defense. They are the rock that you can forge your whole team around. This brother, despite not having that many kills, was almost never even in any danger. Stood toe-to-toe with Orc Warlords and was like, what, you gonna hit me? You can't hit me, I'm a Swordmaster. Rare reach advantage, yeah. This is kind of a rare perk setup to take reach advantage, but I think on a bro with such obscene stats, reach advantage makes sense because it makes your good stats better. Even though, as I've previously gone on about, reach advantage I think can be something of a noob trap. But in this case, I think it worked out well. Flapperjack 24. With the company for just 40 days. Took part in 57 battles and has 90 kills. Also vanquished a Shrat. Probably should have taken Quick Hands instead of Brawny, but that's okay. This was a late game build to make use of gear that we had found. And because we had extra funds, extra everything, extra whatever, we were able to make a late game forged cleaver bro. In this case, making use of this random orc cleaver we found. Replacing some that had fallen in the fight against the Kraken. But, well done, Flapperjack 24. Ooh, we'll save the broadcast brigger for last. Mr. Munch K, the most recent addition, with the company for 20 days, took part in 28 battles and have 76 kills. Most of them were hand-fed him. Same kind of deal here, making use of the gear that we had. We were able to make a Nimble Forge set with 66% incoming damage, but still a pretty decent amount of forge value, 74%. He didn't even get hit in Monolith, which is insane. This brother is, you know, it's fun when we can do Nimble Forged. Not something that I often get the opportunity to do, but cool when you get the right gear to make it work. Well done, Mr. Munch K. He ended up pretty strong, he did. Beam of 6987, a Hedge Knight with the company for 99 days, took part in 148 battles and has 261 kills. Most powerful opponent he vanquished was an Unhold. Somehow that seems incorrect. Picking up a determined Hedge Knight with insane stats. Hell yeah. This bro was an absolute monster. And on the turns where he had Killing Frenzy active and there was a injured enemy, this insane Barbarian Madman Cleaver, when it was able to get those damage multipliers from Killing Frenzy and Executioner, did sometimes more damage than I expected. I remember you said, God damn it, when you recruited this Hedgie. I did, because we were looking for a tank. I recruited this Hedge Knight because I wanted a tank. And when I saw determined a high base roll in 2 talent stars and melee skill, I was like, I just can't. Even though he would have made a good tank too. But I'm glad I went with what I did. This bro was an absolute monster. Absolute monster. Executioner for flavor? No, I mean, it was relevant. What else? What other perk you gonna give him? Cleaver Boy question mark. That's so funny. You're right. I did leave it as a question mark. That's funny. We'll leave it. Yeah, we could have gone Fearsome. That would have been another interesting option. But since I used the Cleaver as a finisher weapon, Fearsome procs are less relevant. I didn't know I was going to pick up 2 more Cleavers. So. Uncle Freddie Mac, with the company for 137 days. Took part in 205 battles and was 169 kills. It is perfect, poetic, in fact, that I was able to get the Squire event. I didn't expect that to happen. If you watch the first VOD in the series, you'll see how it happened. I had anticipated not having the stars align, basically, to get a Squire, but we did. And it is poetic. It is perfect that the Squire's stat line enabled us to make another Spear Bro. Uncle Freddie Mac, I don't even think he had 9 lives proc. Until... No, did he even have it proc in mono? It like just happened. You'd think I'd remember. I don't think so. Anyway, it was just great. Like, so crazy that we were able to get a second Spear Bro right off the bat. That kind of made this particular run early on kind of a cakewalk, actually. So, Spears, very strong. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell Reddit, tell the world. That's the way to play Battle Brothers for optimum consistency. Anyway, getting another Spear Bro right at the start was incredible. And well played to Uncle Freddie Mac. And I think the person who we named this bro after is traveling overseas they're in the armed forces. And so good luck to the IRL Uncle Freddie Mac wherever you are. Up next, Dark Paladin 037, a dodge fatigue neutral. With the company for 103 days, took part in 157 battles and has 153 kills. Very similar to Thomas the Train. This is another absolute rock of the formation. People were skeptical of whether we should keep him or not, but there was no need to fish for chads on this squad. I wanted to get things underway. And, you know, 36 melee defense. Obviously this is a few veteran levels in, but understated addition is this initiative with dodge adds insane extra value. So we're looking at, you know, 12-ish extra initiative, or extra melee defense because of this initiative. So Dark Paladin similarly almost never really was in danger of dying. So that worked real good. So kind of a fun build, being able to do a dodge fatigue neutral with flail mastery to make up for the lower melee skill. And Drunkard let this berserk chain hit real hard. So pretty great. Well played, Dark Paladin 037. Blackbeard 4305. With the company for 135 days, took part in 199 battles and has 269 kills. The most powerful opponent he vanquished was an Ancient Priest. This was a Tempo Brother that we picked up. We grabbed Fast Adaptation as a Tempo Berk. Kind of Zergling-ish. We grabbed Polearm Mastery, similar deal. But then when we found this weapon, and we were looking to kind of replace some of the other lower statted members of the squad, Blackbeard kept on. Made the cut. He had good melee skill, and that's all we needed out of this kind of brother. So finding this Sword Lance was pretty awesome, where I suppose it's a Reaper's Scythe, but definitely let him get some impressive damage output, especially to goblins and hordes of weaker enemies, which there are still many such fights that are, you know, important for a company to be able to handle. Well done, Blackbeard 4305. Up next, Corvus Korak. The final banner. Weird build. With the company for 40 days, took part in 57 battles, has 41 kills. No Colossus, but does have 9, Fort Mind, Axe Mastery, Polar Mastery. Have never made a build like this. Never, didn't hardly use the axe. Oh well, that's okay. 136 resolve, 47 HP. Yeah. Heavy armor, 37 melee defense, 9 lives? I don't know. Kind of a funny brother. But yeah, glad we were able to get him. Would have been nice to throw a different attachment on this armor now that I think about it, but oh well, is what it is. Well played, Corvus Korak. Up next, Sync Naza. Hybrid, question mark? With the company for 125 days, took part in 193 battles and has 221 kills. Sync Naza did, you know, was our thrower damage nozzle. And this is one of the Slurgy true hybrid units that has really good melee stats. 42 melee defense. He just kept rolling threes. He just kept rolling threes. So we just kept taking him. We just kept taking him. This is the type of thrower that you want enemies to jump on and you're like, oh, you got him. And then he takes like an insanely rolled one-handed sword and is just like, okay, yep, you got me. Now you're dead. So, not a single ranged bro. Yeah, we had trouble finding them. This is an uncharacteristically low number of ranged bros, but sometimes that's just what the game gives you. And the beauty of playing this game in this kind of way as a roguelike is whatever the game hands you, you make the most of. You take the tools the game provides you, and you make the company based around that. No forced builds, not really, in this run. And we just didn't get the opportunity to get many ranged bros, so just the one here at the end. Yeah, we did have another one, but he got eaten by a big squid. True. Ragged Edge 82, with the company for 87 days, took part in 130 battles and has 268 kills. The most on the team, right? Yeah. And that's because of the Censor of the Diviner. I am very glad that I didn't take the final perk point on this brother before we entered the second new legendary location. Funny thing about that is that I was like, okay, I only need to leave one perk, so I'll go ahead and grab Gifted. I didn't know it would be a flail, so I would have, I guess, probably left Gifted unspec'd and taken Headhunter. Gifted's fine too. Like, I don't think this is bad, but obviously hitting the head is real good with a flail. This thing is insane. To all the people watching, you should always build a bro around this weapon if you plan on doing the location. It's just crazy good. It's crazy good. The thing this weapon doesn't need is quick hands. You can use this from any range and it will be the perfect tool. Yeah, quick hands is not ideal given the specific flail, but it's just something we'd already spec'd into. So, and last but not least, Slurgy, our broadcast briggy. Oh, no, he has the most kills. By a lot. Okay. With the company for 141 days, took part in 211 battles, and has 340 kills. The Lone Wolf. Hate for greenskins? Accurate. Superstitious? Had me a little spooked. I'm not a superstitious person, but when I saw that my avatar in-game started the last entry of this series with superstitious, that didn't give me the feel-goods. That didn't make the good brain chemicals. That made me nervous. We did get a superstitious event proc somewhat early on, and I was like, ooh, I didn't like that. We did proc 9 lives one time in a fight against a noble army. A build that I'll say this till the end of time, the beauty of this game is it keeps providing new things. I've never done a build like this. Never. This is a brand new build. New tech unlocked. I'm very happy with what I did, and I'm very happy with how it performed. I'm very happy that for my in-game avatar, of course, I went with a spear. The fact that we found a named spear was beautiful. Just beautiful. Just beautiful. I remember you debating whether to take 9 lives on him. Yeah, I was debating whether to take 9 lives on him, and there was an early-ish fight against goblins where I got a puncture, and I was like, you know what? Let's take 9 lives. Zerk Battleforged Spear is indeed new. Yes, indeed. What was so different about this build? Forged Spear, bro. That's what's different about it. But we start with the armor. He has insane fatigue. I need a spear bro for the way I like to play the game. I genuinely think it is the best way to proceed. I think it's the best way to go. You can unlock so many fights so early, so safely. And so it just is a unique starting scenario campaign conditions to be able to make this kind of bro. Slurgy and Steel Brow is already a different combo. True. But I didn't want any injuries to happen to the Lone Wolf so that he could always be present on the battlefield, basically. And head injuries would get in the way of that. And that's it. And then Slurgy wept. There were no worlds left to conquer, no more conquerors left to conquer, no more fames to find, no more gobbo cities to burn, just good old chat and more fun times to have. Yeah. I think you can make this on way more bros. That's how most bros were made pre-Nimble. Yeah, it's just slow. It's just slow. And I think the spear requires so much fatigue, I don't think you can. I think this requires a Hedge Knight with like 2 to 3 talent stars in fatigue. So, reforged when? Eventually. So, to those wondering, what's next? Gifted feels weird? Yeah, I mean, it was a perk that was good when we needed it. So what's next? This upcoming week, I've got some guitar performances. So I'll be busy practicing music and doing things. I'm going to VGMCon, a video game music convention in the Twin Cities this upcoming weekend. It's like the highlight of my year every year. It's wonderful. It's great fun. I will be back next week. I will post information about the Battle Brawl and new sign-up sheet in the Discord. I should put a link to it. To those who have never participated, it is player-drafted teams. It's very fun. This will no longer be double elimination, so there will be more submissions allowed, but more information and details about exactly how the draft will take place will be revealed next week. I expect probably Monday or Tuesday. I'm not going to be back from out of town until Monday, so it could be Tuesday before I get the opportunity to work on it. But yeah, the Battle Brawl will happen again. Next week I will also continue the stream, but I'm going to experiment with some other game. So, you know, if you want to come hang out, come hang out. I might just do Slay the Spire because I know the game well, just to experiment with streaming another game, and then I'll branch out. I'll do something new after that. Maybe XCOM. I think that would be a great choice. There's been a few other good suggestions, but I think XCOM makes a lot of sense. Stone Shard, maybe Stone Shard. I could start a new Stone Shard character. That could be interesting. That's a fun game. I really do enjoy it. I'm starting to get a better feel for how that game goes. I will return to Battle Brothers eventually, someday, for sure. And when I do, it will probably be Reforged. Eventually. Yeah, I don't want to burn out, basically, right? This is a single player game that remains great fun to me, and I don't want to play it to the point where that no longer is true. So, next week, again, I'll continue the streaming, but a different game, and we'll see where things go from there. Tell Susie and Mango we love them, of course. They're great dogs. So, that's it. The end of an era. If you play XCOM, are you going to want backseating or no? I have no idea. I don't know enough about the game to know what my stance on that will be. Probably my answer will be no spoilers, but backseating is okay, but don't be offended if I ignore all of your advice because I want to learn how things work. So, just very happy I was able to achieve this accomplishment. Thank you all for watching and enjoying this with me. I didn't expect that streaming would become something that I enjoyed. I thought I was just going to do this to be, proof or like a way of making this accomplishment real, because if it's not done live, how do you know I did it? I didn't expect to have such a wonderful group of people to come hang out and make the game genuinely more fun to play. I've had more fun playing Battle Brothers since streaming than I did before. And I've got you to thank. So thank you. Who's been the most wonderful? There is a special place in my heart for those who have been with me since the early days. So, I think I'm gonna call it for the night. I'm gonna go eat some pizza, snuggle with a wife, and just chill out a bit. So to all of you, wherever you are in the world, whether 'tis day or night, make it a good one. Ta-ta.